Okay. Now the next question. During a meeting with some of the project stakeholders, the project manager is asked to add work to the project scope. The project manager had access to the correspondence about the project before the project charter was signed and remembers that the project sponsor specifically denied funding for the scope mentioned by the stakeholders. The best thing for the project managers to do is try to read all the options and try to respond in the chat box. Okay. Yes, Nilesh, why it is C? Nilesh?
Yes, ma'am. Because the project charter is already signed it, so
Hmm.
it will be, if some work is added, then it will be delaying project, or it maybe not complete time.
Okay. Yes, that is one of the points that project charter is signed. But one more important point is sponsor had already denied funding for the scope mentioned by the stakeholders. So basically, like if there is some specific scope that is coming up, I'm not going to approve that budget. This is what your sponsor said, and at a later date, some stakeholder has come with the same maybe scope. So what you will tell is instead of going back to sponsor and asking for the approval or trying to evaluate, you will try to tell them that this scope cannot be added. Yes, now I remember, I think we already discussed this question in the last session. Yeah. So we will discuss more sample questions after, okay, after the next topic. But before we start with the next topic, let us take a short, I will say 10 minutes break because we will take few more breaks in between. Yeah, 10 minutes should be fine. No, it is not repeated, Prayaga. I took those questions again today. The thing is, yeah, those are not repeated in the document, I mean to say. I took these questions earlier in the on day 2 as well as right now again. Yeah. So we'll be discussing more questions based on cost management and quality and different other topics in the next quiz sessions. So we'll resume in 10 minutes, a short break. Thank you. Hello, are you all back? Great. Fine. We'll proceed with next topic, that is quality management. So before I start with quality management processes, tasks, and different tools and techniques, I would like to know from you, how do you define quality? Please try to respond in the chat box. How do you define quality? Okay, zero issues and zero rework. Quality of product, okay. As per the specification, great, right. So when the final product is meeting the specifications, then we say that the quality is met. Great. Thanks all. So from quality management perspective, we try to first identify the different possible methods or approach that can be used for managing quality throughout the project life cycle. So if it is traditional project life cycle, we try to follow all the formal processes and formal methods. And we ensure that we are following some industry recommended practices, organization recommended processes and policies, and we also need to follow the industry standards. As in, if you are into maybe any of the industry, even if you are in oil and gas industry, there are some standards that you need to meet with respect to delivery, with respect to the output that you are creating in your projects. And otherwise, the government might not be approving your products, isn't it? So, similarly, like you might be creating some product which might have some defects, which might not be accepted by the client or the end stakeholders, and you might have to rework or to fix the defects. There might be some extension of the schedule or budget, or maybe the resources, more resources might be required, and we try to complete the project as per the expectations, and then only the customer will try to accept the product. So basically, when we are considering quality, it is directly related to the functionality that is expected of the product that you are creating. It could be product, service, or result that you are creating. So there is one more term called grade. What is grade? Any example? Or is it same as quality, or do we use these words interchangeably, or are they different from each other? Okay. Okay, grade is a category. Okay, right, Prayaga. Fine. Let me explain what exactly is the difference between grade and quality. As we already discussed, quality is directly related to the functionality. For example, if you are buying some phone, and as an end user, your expectation is to like get the functionality in terms of like whatever your requirements are. For example, whether you are able to make a call, whether the phone is doing good even if you are staying connected for 3 hours or 4 hours on audio call, video call, whether you are able to communicate through different possible maybe technology within that, or the features within that particular phone. So quality is directly related to the functionality. Suppose if you bought a phone, and when you are making a call, after just 5 minutes, the call is getting dropped because of some problem in the product itself. That means you might have received a low quality product. So tell me, do you accept low quality product? Yes or no? Please write down in the chat box. Never. Great. Now let us understand what is the grade. So you are right, we never accept the low quality product. We try to return the product. Now grade is, suppose there are two customers, customer 1 and customer 2. So both these customers had similar requirement. So basically this customer also tried to or wants to stay connected with his friends and family. So he bought a phone and he also bought a phone, mobile phone. Now the technical features of this phone are of high end and it might come at a high budget. So this defines the grade of the product. So this is a high grade product. And this customer might have bought a low budget phone which might have some technical features which are different from the characteristics that are present in this high end mobile phone. So this is a high grade mobile and this could be a low grade mobile phone. This customer is able to use this low grade mobile phone and he is able to meet all the requirements. He is able to make an audio call, video call. It is working fine. But technically, these features are different from maybe the make and model, the hardware that is used, the material that is used, it might be of different type. So that defines its grade. And quality is directly related to the functionality. Now, in these two products, this person is also able to meet all the requirements. That means it is a high quality product. Although it is a low grade product, but it is high quality because it is giving all the functionality that is promised. And this is a high grade and high quality product. This is also meeting all the functionality or all the requirements of the customer. And these features are of high end, so it defines the grade of the product. Now, my next question is, do we accept a low grade product? Yes or no? Do we accept a low grade product? You may refer this example itself and answer in the chat box yes or no. Okay. Customer 2 has accepted this low grade product as per his budget and as per his requirement. And this product is giving all the functionality that he needs. So he accepted, right? So low grade product might be bought maybe based on your budget. Yes, Sanjay sir. Yes, as rightly pointed out. So low grade product will also have all those features. But technically, those features might be of some different grade. Basically, the material that is used to make that product might be of different type. So we may accept low grade product, but we never accept a low quality product. Is it better? Are you able to differentiate between quality and grade? All good? Fine. If you are not able to follow, please stop me. So quality is defined as to what extent the project is able to meet the requirements of the customer. And grade refers to a category or a classification that we are assigning to the product based on the technical characteristics. So this is how we define these terms. So as I said, if the product is of high quality and high grade, we accept it. If it is high quality and low grade, we may accept it as per our budget. But if the product is of low quality and even though if it is of high grade, we never accept it because it is not giving the required functionality. And if it is of low quality and low grade, we never accept it. So quality must be as expected. Are you able to follow this example table? Okay. So from project quality management perspective, I'm going to run through few more terminologies related to quality management. First term is Kaizen. So Kaizen means, have you ever applied Kaizen in your projects? You may write down or you may respond in the chat box. Okay, Hemlata. Okay, Rajkiran has applied. Fine. Great. Right. So, yeah, Sanjay sir, could you please explain what is Kaizen and how you are implementing in your project? Any example from your project, sir?
Yeah, so mainly the in a project, see, we have started up for the projects and we are getting the output properly.
Hmm.
But during the operations and executions,
Hmm.
so we found that some efficiency improvement and everything. We if we change some design or something,
Hmm.
and that we adopted on some equipment where we can get a good efficiency. So
Hmm.
that we called as a Kaizen.
Hmm.
Many in our process also, many we are making the kaizens from our worker level also, a small
Hmm.
small point which improves the efficiency, the safety and everything.
Hmm.
So we are giving the kaizens award also in our company for the
Great.
all from the labor point, from the worker to the
Hmm.
higher authority who is working on each safety, efficiency and cost efficiency, the cost
Hmm.
intuition.
But how do you ensure or how do you track the process? Like if for improving
Yeah,
the,
we
yes.
when the kaizen is implemented, so we are categories in the cost effectiveness or safety, if, or quality assurance. So these all categories will evaluating the performance.
Hmm.
Basically, if it is a cost effective, so we can analysis it how much cost earlier we have paid for this to make the product, and now what is the cost effectiveness we get, or
Hmm.
some safety point of view we are upgrading our safety qualities. So that
Hmm.
also
Hmm.
where performance will check it up, that earlier three times the any incidents has happened. So and nowadays we can found the zero incidents, there is no
Hmm. Hmm.
incidents recorded. So that
Hmm.
point of view also we're evaluating and analysis it.
Hmm.
So only giving the kaizens is not a solutions. We have to analyze the all kaizens effectiveness within
Hmm.
the stipulated period, and also the parallel implementation in the others activity. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Correct. Yes. So this is how we follow Kaizen for continuously improving the process in the given project or in the given industry. So basically, Kaizen is one of the Japanese word which means continuous improvement. So it could be related to different possible processes and practices that you are implementing in the project, in which you will try to follow a method called, I'll show you another method which is used for continuous improvement, that is Deming cycle. So you may use plan, do, check, act cycle. So you will plan to make some change or bring some new practice or process in the project. You will try to implement it and you will try to inspect whether that new practice or process is working for your project. If not, you will try to take action. So similarly, like you will try to continuously monitor the different processes that are being followed in the project, and you will try to continuously improve the processes by using this cycle called Deming cycle, which is plan, do, check, act. Similarly, the next term is just in time. Yes, what is just in time? Anybody? Okay, just in time is a resource efficiency method. Okay, Yes, that could be also implemented. So just in time means like instead of creating inventory, for example, if you are starting your work today, that is in the month of September, you should be ordering the material just before starting your production activities instead of ordering the material 8 or 10 months before and creating inventory. So inventory is a waste and try to follow just in time. Like as soon as you are about to start with the production processes, like just before that, you should get the material. Similarly, you will also try to increase the efficiency in terms of human resources. So basically, just in time is used to remove waste in the project, remove inefficiency, and try to improve the efficiency in the project and productivity in the project. The next term is sampling. You may use sampling. Right. Sanjay sir, are you implementing just in time as well?
Yes, yeah, we're implementing because we are calculating as a turnaround time, so where the inventory should not be stable it for the more times.
Hmm.
So it's a turnaround time we are calculating
Hmm.
that within a specified time that inventory should be utilized.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, sir. Yes. So that is just in time. And the next term is sampling. Sampling, as we all of us know, sampling is when you are producing some products in bulk. It might not be feasible or possible for you to test each and every product that is produced in a batch. So we try to pick some random samples from the whole population and try to apply the testing methods on the samples that are collected. And if these samples pass those testing methods, the whole batch will be approved. So in manufacturing industry, we get to see different possible sampling methods that are applied. So you may use attribute sampling or variable sampling. Attribute sampling, as in you have only two options, whether yes or no, whether the product is conforming to the requirements or not. And in variable sampling, you might be measuring the quality based on a continuous scale. For example, there might be some process which might have an error of 0.06, 0.07. So on continuous scale, you might try to measure the amount of conformity of the product. The next term is prevention, self-explanatory. You will try to take some initiatives in the project to prevent errors in the project and even in the final output. Inspection means as soon as you create the product, you are not going to give it to customer directly, but you will try to perform some reviews, walkthroughs and inspections, or some testing methods will be applied, and that is known as inspection. Tolerances, as in to what extent the deviation is allowed, the range of acceptable limits. So basically it could be in the form of quality, it could be the tolerance ranges for the schedule, for the cost. And the next term is control limits, which we will be discussing in the upcoming slides. We will discuss control limits in the upcoming slides. We have control chart as one of the tools for quality management. And on that graph, I will explain what exactly are the control limits. So Deming cycle can be used for continuous improvement, and from tailoring perspective, based on your industry at the start of the project, you need to identify the quality policies, quality procedures that you need to follow. You also need to identify different quality tools and techniques that are recommended in the organization. You need to identify the industry standards. You need to identify the methods for continuously improving the processes. You also need to choose some approach wherein you might collaborate with different possible stakeholders of the project to manage the quality in the project. So basically, from quality management perspective, in traditional projects, you might follow all traditional processes, traditional methods, maybe the traditional procedures for quality management. But if you are doing a project in agile manner, you follow some different practices. For example, there is a sprint review meeting that we conduct at the end of each sprint. And in the sprint review meeting, we try to demonstrate the product to the customer, get the feedback. And this practice is helping us to improve the quality of the product that we are creating. Similarly, at the end of each sprint, we are conducting retrospectives meeting. I hope you remember these events which we discussed in Scrum Cycle project on day 1. And retrospective meeting will help us to monitor the process and continuously improve the processes in the project. And one more important best practice is we try to create the product in small batches. We are not creating the whole product and showing and going and showing it to customer, but we are creating the product in small batches, and that is helping us to manage the quality. You are knowing early in the project life cycle how the quality is. So, or you might also be getting to know what all changes you need to do in the given project. So basically, there is a saying in Agile that fail fast, fail early. If you are creating one component of the product and showing it to customer, right in the first or second week itself, your customer gave you the change request. He said that this is not good, make this change. This is like maybe your project life cycle is of 3 years duration, and right in the first or second week you got to know that there is one defect in the component that you developed. Fail fast, fail early. In traditional project life cycle, what we do is throughout the project life cycle we do not collaborate with the customer, and we try to focus on creating the product as per our understanding and as per the documentation. And only at the end of the project you will go and show the product to the customer, and customer might give you 200 change requests. So if the same change request is detected early, if you are failing fast, it will be less expensive for you to fix that defect. So fail early, fail fast. So these are the approaches that we try to follow in agile projects. Yes, this is what I explained. And the first process in quality management is plan. Plan quality management. So basically define the approach or process that you are going to follow for managing the quality in the project. Whether we are using the right processes or not, whether we are following the industry recommended standards or not. So we need to review regularly. As a project manager, you also need to review whether your team is following all the processes, whether they are really implementing the organization recommended policies and processes, whether there is any gap. So basically, how you are going to manage the quality throughout the project life cycle. This is what is planned in the initial stage, that is in the planning stage. And for planning quality management, we might try to consider the organization's quality systems, quality control measures, the quality assurance, maybe the different processes that you need to follow with respect to quality assurance and quality improvement. There are different possible elements that you need to consider in the organization to identify how you are going to manage the quality. So you might try to get some maybe inputs from the experts in the organization and in the industry. You might conduct some meetings with some of the important stakeholders or experienced project managers who can help you with the right information and right input. After you have collated some information about the quality management approach, you will also try to consider the cost of quality. So now let us try to elaborate cost of quality component, which we were discussing by taking a simple example in cost management session. So here cost of quality will consider both cost of conformance and cost of non-conformance. So cost of conformance and non-conformance put together, you will get cost of quality. What is cost of conformance? What is conformance? Anybody? You may raise your hand or you may respond in the chat box. What is cost of conformance? Okay. Okay, meeting the standards, adhering to the requirements. Great. Thank you, Akshay. Thank you, Nilesh. So when the product is meeting the requirements or it is adhering to the standards or requirements or the different possible quality requirements, it is known as like the product is conforming to the requirements or it is meeting the requirements. So now from for creating a product which is conforming to the requirements, we try to invest in the project in the form of prevention cost, in the form of appraisal cost. And if the product is not meeting the requirements, we try to invest in the project in the form of failure cost, that is internal failure cost and external failure cost. So we will discuss all these costs in detail now. First, let us talk about prevention cost. I'm saying that one of the examples of prevention cost is training. How training is a prevention cost? Anybody? How training is considered as a prevention cost? Yes, Raj
Yeah,
Kiran, please.
based on a better training, like what we can do is like we can have best practices in the project.
Okay,
So like
correct.
the best
Right.
practices
Hmm.
can review, like it will reduce the rework, code audit, and
Okay,
other things over there.
correct. When you don't send your team members for training, they might create more defects. The product might not conform to the requirements. But if they are trained and if you are investing some cost for getting your resources trained, then they might create less defects. So basically, you are trying to prevent errors in the project and the product. Correct, Akshay. Right. Great. Now, the next example is documenting processes. If you think that documenting the processes is consuming my project time, it is consuming my resources and resource time, and you want to do the project work without following the processes. If your project team is not following the processes, there are high chances that they might create defects. So, to prevent those errors or defects, you might invest in documenting the processes or following the right processes. You might also invest in getting or acquiring some equipment which might be expensive but which might be of new technology. And in the software industry, they might be investing in getting the latest version technology product which might help them to create a better output in their project. So, prevention cost. Time to do it right is this is also one of the example prevention cost, which means if you think that in the initial stage, when the requirements are analyzed, if you don't want to spend time and resources, at a later date, you might be paying off to maybe fix the defects. So, to prevent those defects, try to spend some time and resources and your project resources to prevent the errors. So, basically, these are some of the examples of prevention costs. Now, there are some examples of appraisal costs. Appraisal cost means your team has developed the product, and before handing over the product to the customer, you are investing some amount for maybe getting the testing team. You are investing some cost for the test infrastructure. You are investing some cost for the testing methods that are implemented. So, appraisal cost will help you to verify and validate the product before you hand over the product to the customer. So, as part of appraisal cost, you might apply different testing methods, testing teams, testing infrastructure, and in some industry projects, they might also be doing some stress test or load test in which the product or sample might get broken or destructed. So, we also need to consider this loss, and we need to consider different possible walkthroughs and inspections we carry out, which might involve some cost. So, the prevention costs and appraisal cost put together are known as cost of conformance. Suppose in your project you have invested in the form of prevention cost and you have invested in the form of appraisal cost as well. And as part of testing, your internal testing team has detected some defects in the product. When your testing team tells you that there are 10 defects in the product, your team will try to rework. And they might also say that one of the module is not at all meeting the requirements, try to scrap it and try to create a fresh module. So these kind of example costs are known as internal failure costs. Why internal failure? Because the product is still within your organization and your testing team is telling you that the product is having some defects. When the product is failing internally within the organization, it is known as internal failure. And you might be investing for fixing the defects. So these costs are known as internal failure costs. Suppose there are 10 defects identified and your team took around 30 days to fix those 10 defects. And those 30 days of effort and cost is known as internal failure cost. Now, after those defects are fixed, when you hand over the product to the customer, now the product is out from your organization, it is external and it is in the hands of customer. If your product is failing in the hands of customer, it is known as external failure. And if the product is failing externally, you need to face some adverse consequences. Your customer might not be happy and he might not want to continue with your project. He might not want to continue business with your organization or different other possible adverse consequences. So, these two costs are known as cost of non-conformance. These two costs put together are known as cost of conformance. And when we hear the term or KPI or a metric in the organization named cost of quality, it should take into account cost of conformance plus cost of non-conformance in the project. So you need to consider all possible costs in the project so as to create the desired output for the customer. Is it good? Are you able to follow what is cost of quality? You may show thumbs up if it is good. Thank you, Sanjay sir. Great. If you are not able to follow, please ask. So after the cost of quality is determined, they might also try to apply some method called cost benefit analysis, which we already discussed when we evaluated the project. Cost benefit analysis is a tool or a method which can be used for evaluating the project as a whole and even within your project life cycle. Suppose in the midway through the project, if some of the stakeholder tells you that if you get this cloud infrastructure, you will be able to develop your product faster and you will be able to save your project time by 30%. So you will try to calculate how much you need to invest for getting that infrastructure and how much saving you will be getting, how much benefit you will be getting in the project. So this is one of the best tools used to make decisions with respect to investment even during the project life cycle. You might consider the cost of quality, the prevention cost, appraisal costs, and different other costs with respect to cost management. And okay. The next method is multi-criteria decision analysis, which can be used for decision making. Now, to understand how multi-criteria decision analysis can be applied, suppose you have many options to choose from, and you don't want to make the decision based on only the price, but you want to consider multiple criteria. That is, you want to consider price, safety, performance, different other factors. So based on these multiple criteria, you want to make decision and choose the best one out of all the options available. So what you will do is, you will try to first assign some weightage. You will assign some weightage for each of these heading. So basically total of this whole weightage should come to 100%. So if you want to consider price more, you might assign maybe 50% to it. Maybe here we have assigned 25%. So this way we will assign some weights. And for each of these options, you will assign some scores. So for this particular model, you will assign some score for price. So basically based on the price factor, you will assign some score. Based on the safety factor, you will assign some scores for each of these. Maybe you want to make decision to buy a car and you want to choose one of these based on these all criteria. And you don't want to make a decision by choosing or by considering only one criteria, but you want to use weighted ranking method or multi-criteria decision analysis. So ultimately, after you multiply these weights with the scores, you will try to get the total score and you will choose the option with the highest score. So this kind of mathematical model is used for making decision between multiple options by considering multiple criteria. So this is known as multi-criteria decision analysis. This is not only for this example, but if suppose in your project, if there are 4 different technologies available for creating the product, and you want to consider the price factor, you want to consider the availability of the technology, you want to consider the risk in getting the technology for your project. So there are so many criteria that you want to consider based on which you want to make the decision and choose the best technology. So you may use multi-criteria decision analysis for decision making. Is it good? Are you able to follow? We already discussed this method in requirements gathering task. Yes, we already discussed in scope management session. Are you able to follow what is multi-criteria decision method? Great. Thank you. You may also use flow charts. Flow chart as in, it might look like this. You will try to jot down all the steps that you are following in a particular process in your project. And you will try to evaluate each of the steps and try to identify, is there any step which is not adding any value? So you may consider removing the non-value adding activities. And you may also consider SIPOC model. What is SIPOC? Anybody using SIPOC model for continuous improvement? Okay. SIPOC model as in, okay, so basically like supplier is the vendor, supplier is giving the material, he might be giving the inputs or material, and you are doing some project which is process. You are getting the inputs from the supplier, you are carrying out the project activities or you are doing some process and you are giving output to the customer. So customer is getting this product from you. So it is suggested that frequently or regularly, as a project manager, you should be giving some feedback to the supplier. And supplier will be able to improve the material regularly by getting the feedback from you. Similarly, customer should also be giving feedback to the project manager about the product, and project manager should be considering on improving the product based on the feedback received. So these are continual cycles. So basically, if you try to implement these feedback loops, which is again a flow chart, these feedback loops will help you to improve the material, to improve the product. The customer might be really happy, the project manager might be happy because now he might be receiving the high quality material. So this model is known as SIPOC model. Supplier, input, process, output, and customer. Any questions, any doubts till now? Anybody? Before we proceed? Great. Fine. Now I'm going to introduce more tools and techniques for quality management. Understand the fact that in PMP, when we are discussing a particular process or a task, they might be suggesting 8 to 10 tools and techniques. But when you actually do the project, out of these 8 to 10 techniques, you might choose one or two techniques and you might apply those techniques for your project. So I'm talking about flowchart. I'm saying you may use flowchart, you may use decision making methods, you may use these all analytical methods. You might also use logical data model. And I'm going to introduce more statistical methods and models that are used for quality management. You might not implement all those methods in your project, but you need to tailor your project to understand which method, which tool and technique can be best fit for your current project. So one of the technique is logical data model, in which you will try to, so this is one of the example data model in which you will try to document all the different entities of your project and you will try to establish some relationship between these all entities and try to study and analyze the data further. So basically, this is a data representation and data analysis technique. And other than this technique, you might also use matrix diagrams. Matrix diagrams is also a data representation and data analysis technique in which you will try to study some data sets. So basically, in your project, you might have some functions. You might try to study the strength of relationship of these functions against the factors. So basically, to represent the relationship, we are using some symbols. So dot indicates strong relationship, circle indicates medium relationship, and triangle indicates weak relationship. Now here we can see that HR function is having medium relationship with graphical analysis. It has medium relationship. Finance function has strong relationship with graphical analysis. Purchasing function has weak relationship. So this way we will try to define the relationships between the functions and the different factors. So this is nothing but a data analysis or a data representation model that is suggested. You may also use mind maps. Mind map looks like this, which we already discussed in scope management session. Mind map will help you to visually represent different possible ideas that are shared by different stakeholders who have participated in the workshop. And you might also relate those ideas. And these kind of visual tools will help you to effectively understand the information even after 4 months or 5 months. But if you try to document it in the form of a text format, you might not be able to relate different maybe elements of your project. So this is another model that is used. Next, you need to define the testing methods. So basically testing and inspection methods needs to be defined based on your industry. If you are working in construction industry, you might use these testing methods. If you are in manufacturing industry, you might use some inspection methods. If it is engineering field, maybe field test. If it is software development project, you might use alpha test, beta test, unit testing, integration testing, performance testing, and many different levels of testing. So at this point of time, when you are planning quality management, you need to define like which all methods your team should be using for validating the product at a later date, maybe after the product is ready. So these testing methods need to be defined at the maybe in the planning stage. So using these all different possible tools and techniques, what we did is we created a quality management plan. Quality management plan is a component of project management plan. We have been discussing many different plan documents, that is scope management plan, requirements plan, schedule plan, cost plan. We will discuss more plan documents, and all these planning documents consolidated together will make a project management plan. So this quality management plan is one of the components, and it will tell you how you are going to manage the quality in the project. It will only tell you how. So the approach will be which standards you are going to follow for managing the project, which quality objectives you need to follow, what all quality roles and responsibilities you need, and to validate the final product, which all processes you will be using, and which all quality control and quality management activities you need to adopt from the organization recommended policies, and which all organizational quality tools or industry recommended tools you are going to use, and which procedures you will be using. Understand the fact that in a plan, you will have the standards, the guidelines, the methods, the processes, the tools, the techniques, the procedures, maybe the quality objectives. So, any of the plan document, by end of this training program, you should be able to figure out what goes into scope management plan and how scope management plan is different from scope statement. So I suggest you please start reading the material. Start reading the material and also try to get the membership of PMI so that you will be able to download PMBOK Guide 7th edition and start reading the guides. Because when things are fresh in your mind, you will be able to relate the concepts that we are discussing in the sessions with what you will be reading in the books. And I also suggest, I strongly suggest you to immediately start preparing for the exam and plan to take your exam as soon as possible instead of procrastinating. So, because like today we are in September 2025, and PMI is making many changes on their platform. And we don't know what they might come up in the new year. We don't know. They are not going to disclose it even to the premier partners like us. They have just shared with us the draft edition of PMBOK Guide 8th edition at the start of this year. And I already shared my inputs and my suggestions about what can be improved in the existing PMBOK Guide. Like me, there are many industry experts and maybe different leaders across the globe who might have shared some inputs. So what they do is they first create a draft version of PMBOK Guide, that is Project Management Body of Knowledge, and they try to seek inputs from the industry experts and they try to make some changes and they might finalize the version and release the version, and we don't know when they are going to release it. And when they release the version, we don't even know whether they will come up with any changes in the format of the exam. That is also not shared by PMI. But understand the fact that suppose if they are coming up with new format in Jan 2026, they are not going to bring that new format into practice immediately. You will have some breathing space. Maybe 5 to 6 months, the old format will be followed. But if you start now, you might be able to be confident to take the exam maybe in next 2 to 3 months. So that is the reason I'm suggesting try to immediately start preparation and try to get certified as soon as possible. I'm giving you the information whatever I have as of now. And I'm also telling you that we don't have any communication from PMI whether the format is going to be changing and whether they will be releasing the higher edition of PMBOK Guide in Jan or December, we don't know. Yeah. But after they release anything new, there will be some transition period of 5 to 6 months till when like the old format and old syllabus will still be applicable and you can take the exam as per the old format. But once the new format is brought into practice, then it is required for you to go and take the training again as per the new format. Yeah. So like I'll tell you one of the fact, like till December 2020. In December 2020, till last day, maybe I was taking one batch, PMP batch, and in December 2020, we had only traditional project life cycle. till December 2020, we have only waterfall model in PMP syllabus. And in Jan 2021, they have come up with major changes in the syllabus, in the PMBOK guide, in the format, many things. And in my Jan 2021 batch, I started talking about waterfall, agile, hybrid, and many different frameworks. So this is the reason. If those students are taking the training from me, maybe with as per the old format, and by the time they prepare and they try to make a decision to take the exam, by that time, if the new format is already in practice, then it is required for you to take the training as per the new format. Because in your PMP application, you are going to indicate when you took the PMP training, the month and year. So that will help them to assess whether you did the training as per the old format or new format. So please try to be active on getting certified as soon as possible. And today I got a text on LinkedIn. One of my students who took training in December 2024, he passed his exam yesterday and he was very happy. So he was like telling me like he was thanking me for like whatever support he received from us. It really brings a great level of satisfaction for me as a trainer when I hear from or when I hear back from my students. Okay, and I also want to hear from you in next few weeks or months. Okay, any questions, any doubts? Okay. No questions, all good. You may show thumbs up that so that it will be okay. I'm able to see some response. Okay, thank you, Sanjay sir. Yeah, thanks, Rajkiran sir. Thanks all. Thanks a lot. Okay, so the quality management plan is created. Now, the next document or next artifact that we create is defining quality metrics. Quality metrics. Why do we define quality metrics? And how metrics are going to help us in the project life cycle? Anybody? You may also share some example from your project. Okay. Yes, Rajkiran, please.
Well, once we set a quality metrics, like for example, like the number of bugs per sprint or something,
Great.
would be calculated. So like if that is exceeding on that way, we need to cross check the call how the quality is going on, and we can rework on that one.
Great. Thank you, Rajkiran sir. Yes, thank you, Akshay. Yes, you are right. So the quality metrics are used for measuring the performance, and we try to measure the performance in terms of some numbers. So these metrics are used to maybe evaluate the performance and express the performance in terms of some numbers, which is going to convey the right message. For example, if your sponsor is asking you how your project is doing, if you tell him that my project is really doing great, that is not going to convey the right message. But if you tell him that there are 50 defects in the first testing method or in the first level of testing, that number 50 defects is going to convey the right message. So basically, we try to measure quality by using these metrics. Instead of theoretically evaluating how we are performing, we are trying to evaluate the performance in terms of numbers. For example, if you are managing a support team and if you want to measure the performance or the support that you are providing to the customer, and if the server is going down 100 times in a day, 100 times in a day, if the server is going down 100 times in a day, that defines what is the level of quality that you are giving to your customer. And even customer satisfaction score is one of the most commonly used metric to measure whether we are meeting the purpose, whether our performance is up to the mark or is there any problem. So these are some of the example metrics, and as you have already shared, you might have your own organization recommended metrics, or you might define some metrics at the project level to measure how the project is performing and what could be improved in the project. I hope all of you are able to follow. If not, please ask. I'm moving ahead. The next task in quality management is manage quality. Thank you, Akshay. So manage quality is also known as quality assurance. Now tell me what exactly we try to review in quality assurance process. Any idea, any guesses? What is reviewed in quality assurance? You might also be following quality assurance methods in your organization. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Sanjay sir. Yeah,
Yeah,
please.
we have some systems. So for quality is two types. It's
Hmm.
mainly one is a quality assurance where we track down the all
Hmm.
parameters
Hmm.
for acceptance and the system basically.
Hmm.
That is called an complete. That system is called an assurance, and
Okay.
quality controls is different, and
Hmm.
assurance is different.
Correct. So basically, quality assurance will help you review whether the right processes, right policies, and right organization recommended procedures are followed in the project or not. So basically, there might be an audit team who might try to review your project. So audit team might not be testing the product, but they will try to review the processes that are followed in the project. So basically, they might review the processes. They might also try to come up with some recommendations. They might also be sharing some observations in your project. What could be improved in your project? So there might be different possible organization recommended procedures that we follow so as to review the project with respect to quality assurance or with respect to quality processes. You may also use a tool called checklist. Checklist is a tool that can be used for data gathering and data analysis. For example, you may create acceptance criteria in your project. This is an example of checklist. Or your audit team might come to your project and they might try to audit your project by using a checklist. So for performing managed quality process, they might use checklist as a tool to thoroughly review whether all the processes are followed in the project or not. They might also use alternatives analysis. As we already discussed, when you have multiple alternatives, try to analyze all the alternatives and choose the best one. So this process is known as alternatives analysis, which can be applied to choose between multiple resources, multiple technologies, multiple material types, multiple equipments. Document analysis. Document analysis as in till date, you might have created many different project documents in your project. And reviewing those documents might also help you to identify some quality defects in the project. So this is also another technique which can be used to identify the problems in the project. Process analysis, as in you will try to jot down all these steps in a process that you are following in the project, maybe on in the form of a flow chart, or you try to jot down in the form of a maybe data flow diagram maybe, and try to identify like whether there is any problem in any of these steps and what can be improved or where can we improve. You might also use root cause analysis. And what is root cause analysis? Anybody? What is root cause analysis? Correct. Right, Anup sir. So we try to reach to the reason behind why this problem has occurred. What could be the reason behind the problem or the defect that is identified in the project, and which is the most commonly used method for root cause analysis? Correct. You may use 5 eyes, right, Nilesh? Or you may use the fishbone analysis method. Fishbone analysis method is also known as cause and effect diagram or Ishikawa diagram. Try to remember all the names for the same method. In PMP exam, sometimes they might refer it as Ishikawa, sometimes they might refer it as fishbone, but you should know all the names of the same method. So, in a fishbone analysis method, we try to represent the defect or the problem at the head of the fish, and we try to analyze whether that problem has occurred because of the machine that you are using. Is it related to human resource? Is it related to the method? Is it related to different other possible factors like environment or material or different other possible inputs? So basically, this diagram looks like fishbone, so we call it fishbone analysis, and it is also known as Ishikawa because it was developed by a person named Ishikawa. And in this diagram, you are trying to analyze all possible causes of that particular defect and how these causes might have contributed to the defect or the problem in the project. So try to remember this method or try to remember all different names. Sometimes they might give you some scenario which says that there is a major problem that has occurred in the project in the last week. And the team is trying to investigate what could be the reason behind the problem. So, which is the recommended method for them to follow at this point of time? And in the answer options, they might give you fishbone analysis, they might give you process analysis, they might give you alternatives analysis, document analysis. So you should be able to distinguish between all these tools and techniques that we are discussing. So maybe for the given situation, the fishbone diagram is the most appropriate method. The next tool or technique that is used for managing quality is affinity diagram. And affinity diagram example is this. And the concept is, in affinity diagram, we try to group the similar ideas under a common category. So you may use affinity diagram when you were collecting the requirements. You may use affinity diagram for classifying the defect data. So this tool is just a data representation tool which can be used. You may also use, yes, fishbone diagram we already discussed. You may also use histogram. So in PMP exam, they are not going to ask you to draw histogram. They are neither going to ask you to calculate any statistical terms like central tendency or probability distribution. No, they are not going to ask you to even calculate mean or median, anything like that. Simply, you should be able to remember these all tools and techniques with respect to like how these tools can be helpful for your project. So histogram is a statistical tool in which you can graphically represent your project data and study that data and analyze the data. So histogram is a data representation technique which can be used, and some of you might be already using the histogram in your project. Yes, I want to know from you. Yes, are you using histogram in your projects? Anybody? Yes, no. Okay. No problem. So histogram is a data representation and data analysis technique. Thank you. The next method or tool or a technique that is used for data representation and data analysis is scatter plot or scatter diagram. And this method is also a statistical method which is used in regression analysis. If you come from statistics background, you would be able to understand this method. And in PMP exam, you are not supposed to calculate any number with respect to statistics. You're not going to draw any statistical graph or any diagram, but you should be able to remember that scatter plot is also a statistical tool or a method which can be used for managing quality by studying the data. So basically in this method, we will try to study the relationship between two variables. For example, these are some of the scatter plot examples. So let us look at this first graph. On x-axis, suppose you are plotting marketing investment, and on y-axis we are plotting the sales. When you are investing $10,000, your sales are maybe $50,000. When you are investing more, your sales are increasing. When you are investing more, so more or less you might get a trend in this direction. So this indicates that marketing investment and sales are positively correlated. They are related. So this relationship can be studied using scatter plot. If you plot some project parameter on x-axis and some other parameter on y-axis, and if you are able to make a trend maybe in this direction, it indicates that they are negatively correlated. And if you are plotting the data points and if you get all the points scattered in this manner, it indicates that these two variables are not correlated. So this is nothing but data analysis and data processing technique, the data representation technique, which can be used for managing quality. Similarly, you may also use audits. Audits is a method that is used for managing quality in the project. And audits is a structured review of your project in which some independent team, maybe internal audit team or external audit team, will be there to review whether your project team is following all the good and best practices. Are they following the organization recommended policies? Are they following the organization recommended practices? Are they following the industry recommended processes? Are they also following the organization recommended procedures with respect to knowledge management? Are they also using the organization recommended tools and techniques? So basically, if the audit team finds that in your project, you are not following few processes, so they might declare your project as non-compliant with respect to organizational policies or industry standards. And they might also share some audit report which will indicate that there are two non-compliances, there are 3 observations, there are 4 recommendations for the project. So these kind of reports are published by the audit team, which will help you to make the changes in your project and drive your project in compliant manner. Because you need to carry out the project in compliant manner and you need to have focus on the organizational structure, culture, policies, and even you need to understand if you don't follow the process, how it is going to impact your project and delivery. I hope all of you are able to relate audits with your project and your organization and industry. Yes, no? Great. Yes. Thank you, Prayaga. Thank you, Anup. Okay. Thank you, Rajkiran sir. Great. So now that we have discussed many different tools and techniques for quality management or managing quality, you may use one or two or more of these methods. There are even more methods that I'm going to introduce now. Another method that is suggested for managing quality in the project is design for X. Design for X or DFX. So in this method, the approach that we follow in the project is, for example, if you are in the manufacturing industry and if your sponsor or senior management is asking you to reduce the cost of production. Currently, the cost of production in your project is, it is taking $5 for each unit of the product. And you want to bring it down to $4. Maybe it could be manufacturing some electrical bulbs. So you are manufacturing some electric bulbs and it is consuming $5 for each unit of the bulb. And you want to reduce it to $4. So this is your objective. This is your goal. And in order to achieve this objective, what you will do is you will try to make or address the design of the product. You will try to look at the design of the product and try to see to it whether making the changes in the design will help you to reduce the cost of production. So this approach is known as DFX or design for X. So you are making changes to the design of the product to achieve this factor or to achieve this goal of reducing the cost. So this is one example. Another example can be you are creating some software, you are almost done, and you are showing that product to the customer, the software product. And your customer says that this product is not at all secure. I cannot accept this product because it is lacking maybe security feature. And your customer says that my end users data will be at risk. This product is vulnerable to security attacks. I cannot accept your product. So now you need to build security feature in the product. In order to build security feature, you will come back and try to review the design of the product. You will try to review the architecture. The architecture says that you have created a single tier application. You have included everything on single platform. The front end, back end, business logic, everything in one platform, which has made your product insecure. Or I would say there is no security or reliability in the project and your customer is not accepting it. So what you will do is you will try to change the design of your product in order to achieve or in order to build security feature. So this is known as design for X approach. So you may try to make changes to the design for achieving reliability factor, or it could be any of these factors, maybe to reduce the manufacturing cost or to increase the usability of the product, to increase the safety in the product. You might try to make the changes to the design. Maybe there is some physical equipment that you are trying to develop and it might be claiming the human safety. So you might try to change the design of the product to make that product or equipment safer so that the human resources will be able to operate it maybe without any risk. So these are some of the examples. Are you able to follow what is design for X approach? This is also used for managing quality. Okay, you may stop me if you are not able to follow. I'll move ahead. The next method that is used in quality management is problem solving. So what is problem solving? Anybody wants to share from your project? How are you solving the problems in your project right now? What is the approach that you are following? Yes. Okay, you are following Viva analysis. That is for root cause analysis. Maybe for this step, you are using Viva analysis. Okay, you might also be using war rooms. Okay. Yes, so these are the methods to identify the root cause and try to formulate some solutions. Great, thanks all. So now here in PMP, it is suggested to follow a step-by-step approach to solve any of the problems in the project. For example, first you need to define the problem. The first step is define the problem. Try to perform analysis to identify the root cause behind the problem. You may use 5i or maybe fishbone analysis and try to generate possible solutions. What could be the possible solution for the given problem? And try to choose the best solution. and implement the best solution that you have chosen, and also try to go back and review whether that solution was effective enough to solve the problem. For example, suppose in your project you are maybe into manufacturing, and continuously there are defects that are identified in the output that you are creating. There are many defects. So the problem in this project is there are so many defects identified each stage, or each time they are producing some output, there are defects. So you will try to define the problem, and you will perform root cause analysis to understand why though so many defects are occurring in the project. And you try to identify what could be the possible solutions for addressing this problem. Whether the solution is like, first, when you perform the root cause analysis, you might try to think in terms of whether it is human resource, whether it is the setup, whether it is the material, whether it is the method or environment, or what could be the root cause. For example, you found that the problem is with the material that you are getting from the vendor. You found the root cause. Now, you will try to generate possible solutions for fixing this root cause. Now you know that the root cause of those problems is material that you are getting in your project. So now you need to fix that material problem. For fixing the material problems, you might try to identify different possible solutions. One solution is like you will go back to the vendor and speak to him about the material and ask him to improve the quality. Second is try to maybe replace that vendor, or maybe third is try to look for some other option. What can be done? So now out of these three, maybe you already did this earlier and still the material quality is not good. So you might choose the second option, that is replacing the vendor. You have replaced the vendor. After replacing the vendor, so you thought that replacing the vendor is the best solution for the given problem. You will try to implement it. You will onboard the new vendor and start getting the material from the new vendor. Again, after a couple of weeks or regularly, you will try to review whether this vendor is giving you the good quality material or still the problem is persisting in the project. So many a times what happens is you identify the problem, you identify the root cause, and you identify the solution and implement it and leave it. One more best practice or step is go back and review whether the solution that you implemented in the last week or last month is effective enough to solve the problem or not. So these are the best practices with respect to problem solving. Problem could be related to any aspect of your project. It could be related to human resources, skill sets, the method, the vendor, anybody. So try to follow this step-by-step approach to solve the problem. So this is what is recommended. Okay. You may stop me if you are not able to follow. I'm moving ahead. And as per your industry, based on your industry, you will try to choose some quality improvement methods. You may choose to use Six Sigma method or Plan, Do, Check, Act for continuous improvement of the processes. You may use total quality management or different other maybe resource efficiency methods. It completely depends on your industry and your project which methods you want to use. And you need to document these names in your quality management plan. Like, this is the method that I'm going to use throughout my project for managing the quality. So after the quality management approach is defined and after you have also finalized the tools and techniques, so regularly there might be some quality reports that are published. So quality reports might be qualitative, it could be quantitative, it could be graphical, it could be in the form of signals. Maybe audit team has performed the quality review of your project and they published some report in the form of a graph or in the form of signals, maybe red, amber, green, and your project is in amber. That could also be one of the examples of quality reports. And in the project, there might be some defect data that you might be collecting and reporting. So this is also an example of quality report. So from quality management perspective, we create many different documents or reports which are used for communication purpose, which are used to assess what is the level of quality we are managing in our project. The next process from quality management perspective is monitoring and controlling quality. So throughout your project life cycle, there are chances of some changes. If some change has to be implemented in the project, how do we go about it? How do we implement those changes? How do we implement those changes? For example, suppose initially you decided that we will be using maybe method 1 for testing the product. But later on, the team realizes that method 1 is not effective or not enough for testing the product or validating the product. We need method 2, 3, and 4 also. So what is changing is the approach is changing. So if the change is happening in the project, if you have to make the changes to the process or the approach, or if you have to make changes to the method that you are using, try to follow a change control process. Try to follow a step-by-step change control process, which is going to help you manage the changes throughout the project life cycle. Okay. Is it good? Are you able to follow? Great. Now, I'm going to introduce a couple of more tools in quality management. We already discussed these tools and techniques. You may use check sheets. Check sheet is another tool which can be used for data gathering and data visualization and communication within the team. Another tool that is used for reviewing whether the project is doing good or whether there is any problem in the project. You may use some statistical methods. You may use some root cause analysis methods and different other possible analytical techniques can be used. And one of the statistical tool that is used for assessing the process is control chart. So control chart is a tool or a technique which will help us to know whether the process is stable or not in the given project. So the control chart, how many of you are already using control chart? You may raise your hand in Zoom or show thumbs up in Zoom. That should also be fine. Nobody? No problem. So I'll show you one example control chart. So in this control chart, basically we are trying to plot the performance points. Suppose in your project, maybe you are into manufacturing and since last 5 years you are using that manufacturing setup. And on an average, it is observed that for each unit of the product, it takes 5 to 10 minutes. So the setup or the process says that it should take 5 to 10 minutes for manufacturing each unit of the product. So 5 is the lower control limit and 10 is the upper control limit, which means some product or some unit might be taking 6 minutes, some unit might be taking 7 minutes, maybe 7.5 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes. Some unit of product might be taking 8 minutes. So we are plotting these performance points. These dots are performance points in your project or in your process. And these lower control limits and upper control limits are defined by the process. They are not given by anybody. You will try to use that setup and you will try to carry out the work and you will try to define some range. The control limits are voice of the process. They are not specified by anybody. These are defined by the process. And your observation says that in this manufacturing setup, it should take time between 5 to 10 minutes for any unit of the product. But if there is some performance point going beyond the control limit, suppose if some unit is taking 12 minutes or it is taking 11 minutes, it indicates that your process is not stable. There are some performance points which are going beyond the control limits, which shows that your process is not stable. And there might also be some SLA that you have established with your customer. And the SLA or the specification limits that are shared by the customer are known as voice of customer or specification limits. So there are lower and upper specification limits specified by the customer. Your customer might say that the manufacturing process, it should not take more than or beyond 25 minutes. So right now, your observation says that it takes between 5 to 10 minutes. There might be some performance points which are going beyond the control limits, but it is still within the SLA that is defined with the customer. So at this point of time, you get an early warning signal that the process is becoming unstable. So you need to investigate why there are some outliers in this project. Why is there any problem in the setup? Is there any inefficiency in any of the steps? So the team will start investigating whether there is any problem in the manufacturing process or the setup. So this kind of situation will help us to proactively identify if there is any problem in the process. And there are few more scenarios which will give us early warning signal about some problem. For example, there is a central line called mean, which is calculated by using a statistical formula. And if 7 or more consecutive points are falling on the same side of the mean, it suggests that you should investigate the process in your project. This doesn't mean there is a problem. It means that all the consecutive points are falling on the same side of the mean. Maybe going forward, these points might also go beyond the limits that are defined. So, as an early warning signal, try to go and investigate if there is any problem in the process. And this situation is known as rule of 7. Rule of 7 is not a problem, but it is an early warning indicator about some future problem in the process. So this is a control chart, which is a statistical tool used to study whether the given process is stable or not. You may also use control chart in defect resolution time, or you may use it in if you are managing a support team. And if your customer has established an SLA, and if customer says that any of the tickets should not remain open beyond 48 hours, that is the SLA defined by the customer. But within your project, you will already define some control limits. As per your observation, in last 4 years, the team had completed any of the tickets within 5 to 10 hours. And the SLA says 48 hours. And you will keep on plotting the performance data on this graph. And if these performance points are going beyond the control limits, you might try to proactively investigate why they are taking more time. Is there any problem with the human resource? Is there any problem with this maybe setup or the format? What could be the problem? And so proactively, we will try to identify the defect instead of breaching the SLA and then investigating. Try to proactively monitor the process. And control chart is one of the recommended tool which can be used to study whether the given process is stable or not. Is it good? Are you able to follow what this control chart is? In PMP exam, they are not going to ask you to calculate any statistical numbers, but you need to remember the importance of this tool to monitor the process. Yes, any questions, any doubts before we proceed? Okay. Now the last tool in quality management is Pareto chart. What is Pareto chart? Anybody? Okay, no problem. Pareto chart is also known as 80-20 rule or 80-20 principle. And what is 80-20 principle? Have you ever heard of this principle or observed in your project? Okay, no problem. Yeah, thanks all those who have already heard and observed in your project. Pareto principle says that 80% of the problems in your project are because of 20% of the causes. Now, Pareto principle is not only applicable for the project and problems, it is also applied in general. As in, 80% of your organization's revenue is because of 20% of the good projects. 80% of your country's GDP is because of 20% of the good organizations. Now, that doesn't mean exactly 80% and exactly 20%. Understand the fact that a particular principle can be written in n number of ways. So even in PMP exam, they might never ask you 80% and 20%. But they might give you some scenario which says that there are several problems that have occurred in the project and the team wants to reach to the specific set of causes which are majorly contributing to most of the problems. So they should use Pareto chart. So Pareto chart says that in a given project, suppose, okay, I'll write down some data to help you understand how Pareto chart is used. Suppose you have collected defect data in your project. The first defect is because of technology. Second defect is because of the vendor. Third defect is because of the human resource. The next defect is because of the method that they are using. So again, there is a defect because of technology. So there are so many defects. Maybe defect number 34 is also because of technology. There are many more defects given. So in your project, you identified around 240 defects. So there are 240 defects identified. So the last defect is because of the method that we are using. Now understand the fact that when you have collated so much data in your project, you have collected this defect data, maybe there are 230 defects in your project. Some of the defects are because of technology, some defects are because of vendor, HR, method, maybe material. There are many root causes of these defects. Now, instead of fixing these defects going in serial manner, what we will do is we will group this data. We will group this data. And now we know that in our project, there are, how many I said? Okay. There are around 170 defects which are because of technology. There are around 40 defects related to method. There are around maybe 20 defects related to human resource. There are 15 defects related to vendor, and others. I'll make it as others and the rest of the defects. So now, if you group this data and plot this data on a bar chart, so the bar chart might look like this. So if you plot the data, I'll take this diagram. If you plot this data, so maybe the first bar that you get is technology, the second bar is method, the third bar is human resource, and so on and so forth. Now, you know that out of so many root causes, the majorly contributing root cause is technology. And if you try to analyze and fix the technology problem, you might be able to fix majority of the defects in your project in one go. So the principle says, so out of 240 defects, most of the defects are because of few of the root causes. There are around 5 to 10 root causes, out of which one of the root causes contributing to many defects in the project. So this is like statistically, this is the calculation that we do. And theoretically, we say that 80% of the problems are because of 20% of the causes, and so on and so forth. Or most of the problems are because of few of the root causes. Maybe the root causes in your project might be 10. Out of them, maybe only 2 are contributing to most of the problems in the project. And to reach to that data, you try to group this data and plot a graph. And this is a histogram or a bar chart in which you will try to first address the bar or the maybe the root cause which is majorly contributing to the most of the problems in the project. So this is known as Pareto analysis. But in PMP exam, they are not going to ask you to perform any statistical calculations. You don't have to draw any graph or anything like that. But remember that Pareto chart is used for reaching to a cause or majorly contributing causes in the project. Because in your answer options, they might give you fishbone diagram, they might give you Pareto chart, they might give you the flow chart, or they might give you document analysis. For the given situation, whether you should be using Pareto chart, fishbone diagram, or process analysis, you should be able to distinguish. You should be able to figure out which particular tool and technique can be used. Are you all able to follow what is Pareto chart or Pareto analysis? Is it good? You may show thumbs up if you are able to follow. Great. So now, yes. So this brings us to the end of quality management session. We discussed different quality management tools and techniques, and you may conduct regular meetings in your project life cycle so as to capture the lessons learned. So as part of agile project, we try to retrospect very frequently to assess the processes and improve the processes. And even in traditional project, towards the end of the project, we try to retrospect what went well in this project and what went wrong, and what could have been done better so as to avoid those problems, and what are the lessons learned which can be implemented for our future projects. So these are some of the best practices recommended from quality management perspective. Now I want to hear from you. Any questions, any doubts, anybody? Okay. So before I start with quizzes, shall we take a short break? Yes? 10 minutes again. And again, I'll give you one more break. Yeah, so right now we'll take 10 minutes break. Correct. So I'll start the timer so that we'll stick to the time. Okay. Okay, great. So I'll start the timer. Thank you. We'll resume in 10 minutes. Hello? Are you all back? Thank you. Thanks all. I'm sharing my screen. So we'll solve some sample questions. First question. A project team is working on a banking software development project and is using a hybrid development approach to apply the cost and schedule controls mandated by the project sponsor. The project team has just completed its second iteration 3 days earlier than planned. Which two actions should the project team take? Try to read all the options silently and try to respond in the chat box. You need to choose two options. I'm waiting for some responses. I hope all of you are back. Okay. Okay, C and D. Okay. B and D. D and E. Nobody answered it correctly. Okay, C and E. Okay, let us understand the scenario. They are doing some project in hybrid approach and they completed a sprint 3 days earlier than planned. When suppose if your sprint length is 10 days and if the work is getting completed in 7 days, so what you will be doing for rest of the 3 days? So this is the question. So now what the process says? Process says sustainable pace, constant pace throughout the project life cycle. We are not going to make any changes to the sprint length. That is what the process says. Now, option A says hold a retrospective early and take the time off. Basically, holding the retrospective early is against the process. Retrospective should be conducted at the end of the sprint. That is, the last meeting on last day should be the retrospective. So this is against the process. Second, option B says spend the extra time clearing technical debt. This could be the right option. Okay. Now option C, use the time to get ahead for the next iteration. This says that if you have finished your work on Tuesday, then from Wednesday start with your next sprint. That means your current sprint length was 7 days and next sprint might be of 10 days. So this is against the process. Option D says document the time and cost savings and note the change in velocity. It is true that you will be trying to note down, like the team is able to complete more work in the current sprint or the defined length of the sprint. They are able to complete more work, that is there. But what exactly the action that you will take as a project manager or project team? The action item will be, from next sprint onwards, you will try to plan the work accurately. So this could be the right option. So the best options are option B and E. Option B. Now let us understand what is technical debt. What is technical debt? Any examples, anybody? Technical debt
Backlog.
means, yes. Yes, Anup sir,
Backlog.
please.
Backlogs.
Backlogs. Okay, yes. Maybe your team has created a large amount of unclean code and they will try to spend this time in cleaning up the code without changing the functionality. Or they might also involve in different other projects administrative activities. But they are not going to reduce the length of the sprint. They are not going to do A, C, or D. They will be following the same sprint length, but from next sprint onwards, they will plan more work to be done. So the iteration planning is nothing but sprint planning. In sprint planning, you try to estimate how much work or how many story points you should consider for a given sprint. Maybe in the last sprint, you considered only 20 story points. Now, the project team got an understanding that from next sprint onwards, we should plan 25 to 30 story points in a sprint. So, option E is correct. Is it clear why B and E? You need to really spend a good quality time to prepare for PMP exam. If you have a superficial understanding of what is agile, what is waterfall, and what these practices are, you won't be able to attempt these questions. You should have clear understanding of all the practices in the given frameworks, the methodologies, the roles and responsibilities, and the best practices with respect to managing different specialization areas in the project. Okay, any questions, any doubts? Shall we move ahead? Okay. Next question. Yes, you want to say something? Yes, Anup sir.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, you have unmuted. So I thought you have some question. Okay, now the next question is, a 10-month site development project started on 1st January. The current performance is so and so, and this is the data that is given. Which option identifies the current time and actual cost? In PMP exam, as I said, they are never going to ask questions straightforward. Each of the question will be tricky. You need to apply some analytical approach to attempt any of the question. And this is a question based on earned value management, which we discussed today. So try to figure out things, try to solve this problem. We already know what is SPI, what is CPI, and it is also given that 80% of the work is complete. And they are saying planned value of the whole project is $100,000, which is the total project budget, BAC. Yeah. So now try to figure out whether the status of the project is A, B, C, or D. Great. Yes, Anup sir, how did you figure out it is B? Did you perform any calculations or you could just look at the data and figured out?
No, the planned cost was 100,
Hmm.
10 months, and from July it is 2 months, so
Hmm.
80% is.
Hmm.
That's all. There's no calculation.
Okay. So you just figured out that it is B. Why not A? See, when they say 80% of the work is complete, then it should be August, right? Because this is 10-month project starting from 1st January. We will finish it in October. So should it be A or B?
It should be B.
Yes, Rajkiran sir, please.
No, like that's like one is like 80% is like 8 months, like that would be covering end of July, the time. And the cost is like the total planned value is 1,000. Like 10, like then we covered like 80% of that one, less than 80%. Since the scheduled performance is like SPI is 1.2,
Right.
we are
Correct.
ahead of that one.
This is what I was expecting. Great.
And the cost performance is like it will be less than only, like it will be nearly 80,000 or like less than that one.
Great. So many a times such mathematical problems can be solved by just looking at the data that is given. So now I will show you the calculation also. If you want to figure out maybe by just looking at the data, you are starting from 1st January. So this is Jan and this is at the end of October, you will finish this project. They said 10-month project. So I'm saying October end. And they are saying the SPI is 1.2. When they say SPI is 1.2, that means schedule efficiency is good or bad? Schedule efficiency is good. They are
Good,
ahead
good.
of schedule. It shows that they are ahead of schedule. And they are saying 80% of the work is complete. As per plan, 80% of the work should be completed by end of August or they should be in the month of August. But the schedule performance index is good. That means they might have completed 80% of the work earlier than August, maybe before August. And the total budget of the project is $100,000. And CPI is also good. Cost performance is also good. That is 1.1, which means they completed more work at less cost. So with this data, you should be able to figure out that the project is ahead of schedule. Maybe they are in the month of July. And why I'm saying July? Because if you see these all options, here option A says August and $100,000. So this is not August because they are ahead of schedule. And this could be the right option. And option C says it is June and the actual cost is $100,000. Which means in the month of June, that is in first 6 months itself, you consumed $100,000. This is what it is saying. That is not true. And it is July and actual cost is more than $80,000. This is not true because cost performance index is good. So the data itself can help you to figure out things or try to go step by step and calculate. So this would be the calculation. So first you will consider SPI, then you will try to calculate the amount of time, then you will try to consider the CPI, and if 80% of the work is completed, how much money they should have consumed. So these all mathematical calculations will also help you to reach to the right answer. Yes, it is option B. Is it clear? Are you all clear on how did we calculate this and how to calculate it? Is it good? Great. Thank you, sir. Next question. To calculate the total project cost, you use a technique that uses input values selected at random and from probability distribution of possible cost. Which of the following options best describes this method? Any guess? Okay, no problem. The key information is you use a technique in which you will input your project data and it will generate some statistical output, and this might not be possible manually. So, we already discussed this technique. It is option B, Monte Carlo. Try to remember Monte Carlo is the technique which will involve a advanced computer software into which you will input your project data and try to figure out different possibilities in the project. Whether you will be able to complete this project in 6 months, 6.5 months, 7 months. So these all possibilities are figured out considering different context in the project. So this is Monte Carlo. And there is nothing called E-PERT. E-PERT is like we discussed one of the estimation method, that is beta distribution, which is also known as program evaluation and review technique. That is PERT technique. There is nothing called E-PERT. And schedule risk analysis might be the right method, but as part of risk analysis, you might only be performing some manual activities. But here they are talking about some statistical calculations as well. So it will be option B. And automated schedule development is not any technique that is suggested in PMP. It might be recommended in your organization. Your organization might have built some tool or system for the same. Is it good? Is it clear? Shall we proceed? Next question. Very nice question. The customer responsible for overseeing your project. I'm trying to minimize this bars. Please give me a moment. Your project asks you to provide a written cost estimate that is 30% higher than your estimate of the project cost. He explains that the budgeting process requires managers to estimate pessimistically to ensure enough money is allocated for the project. What is the best way to handle this? So which option you think is right? Anup, do we really do that?
Yeah, because
To convince the stakeholders, you will have one estimate, and for your project, you will have another estimate. Is it?
but ideally speaking, as per the question, there should be two, right?
Okay. The question says something, but what you think you should be doing? So basically here customer responsible for overseeing, okay, the stakeholder is asking you to add 30% more than what you have estimated. If you think that you can complete the given project in $70,000, he is asking you to tell that it is $100,000 project. And he also explains that there are chances of some risks in the project. This is what he said. And you need to get the approval from many different stakeholders.
See,
So
adding, or let's say A and B adding 30%, that also requires a lot of reviews, right?
Okay. So,
Not necessary that you get all the approvals
okay,
within the time.
right. Right, Anup sir. Now I want to hear from Sanjay sir. Could you please add why it is D? You said D. Could you please justify why it is D?
Yeah, for the increasing in the budget. So first way to analyze the risks and
Hmm.
and the cost, basically, that we have to analyze it, and then based on that we can estimate how it should be minimized, basically. So depend upon the risks and cause.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So the right option for this question is option D only. Now let us understand why not A, B, and C. So first option says add 30% as a lump sum contingency fund. So basically, the first option says that you should follow what that stakeholder is saying and add these $30,000 more as a buffer or as a contingency. This is what the first option says. Second is add the 30% to your cost estimate and try to evenly spread among different activities that are planned in your project. So this might hide the 30% extra cost that you have added in the project. This is not the right approach. And even this is not the right approach without knowing like what could be the possibility of risks in the project which might impact the project cost and you might need 30% more. That is not clear. So you should not be doing option A or B. Now, third option says create one cost baseline for budget allocation and second one for the approval. That means in your project, you are doing something and from the stakeholders, for the stakeholders on the document, you are showing something else. This is against the code of ethics or against the process. So try to discuss with that stakeholder, like, why do you think my cost estimate is low? I have estimated it as $70,000 and you want me to show it as $100,000. Why is it so? So option D is most appropriate for the given situation. Anup sir, I'm reading your expression. Yeah, you want to add? You please unmute.
No, I'm surprised with the answer.
Surprised with the answer. Yeah, so that is the reason I was suggesting to read the material and try to practice as much as possible.
So what is the
And
outcome of getting the risk information?
when you have risk information, for example, that risk is related to the technology. The current technology is going to be outdated maybe next couple of months. And after that, you need AI enabled technology. Considering that risk, your stakeholder might have suggested you to add 30% extra. And currently, you might be using some tool in which there is no AI feature. And after 3 months, like you might need this cost for getting the AI enabled technology. So, this is an example risk. So, in future, you might have such possibility. And to make for those all costs, you will use this additional 30%. And even to get the approval from the sponsor or the stakeholders, you will justify this risk. Like we have so and so risk in the project, and to make for or to manage these risks, we need this additional funds. Is it good?
Yeah, the whole confusion is best way to handle this. What, or maybe the other question, what was the action you will take?
Mm,
That's
right.
where,
And yes, the wording might differ. The grammar might be confusing. I'm telling you upfront, the grammar might also be confusing. So that is the reason. So basically, what they do is they try to introduce those new questions as pre-test questions. And if most of the students are able to answer those questions correctly, they might make them the actual questions or actual scoring questions for the future exam sets. So this is the survey they are doing in order to give you the question which is understandable, which you are able to interpret it correctly. Okay. We'll discuss few more questions now. First question, is the dash is the maximum value used to determine if the process is in control? Please try to respond in the chat box. In PMP exam, do not expect the one-liner objective type questions, as this particular question can be rewritten in 5 to 6 lines also. Answer might remain same, but a given question can be rewritten in n number of different other possible ways. Understand that. And even in our simulators, like when you will be practicing with the LMS simulators which we are providing, do not expect the same questions in the actual exam. Unlike any other certification exam which you might have taken with any other governing body, in which you might got some exam dumps. After studying, you prepared and you tried to attempt with those questions and you passed the exam. That could be the case with those exams. But here with PMP or any exam that you take on PMI platform, never expect the practice questions will appear in your actual exam. But you might have similar questions. So here you are solving some question based on control charts or upper control limit. And as I'm saying, this question can be rewritten in n number of ways, isn't it? So yes, the right option is option B, upper control limit. Very easy. What about others? Why are you not able to answer this question? Prayaga? Hemlata? Okay, Hemlata has answered it. Okay. Yashwant sir? Anoop? Okay, Anoop has answered. Okay, great. Okay, the next question. Difference between grade and quality. Grade is. Try to choose the best option. So here you need to define what is grade. Specifically, which characteristics will define the grade? Is it all the characteristics? Okay. The right option for this question is option C. Yes, Nilesh. Please justify why it is C. Nilesh?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. In grade, uh, it may be uh, just you previously described that means,
Right. The technical characteristics, right?
yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. So in option D, it is not talking about which characteristics of the product. But here in option C, it is specifically talking about the capacity or height, the technical characteristics. So this option C is better than D. So the right option is C. Is it good? Is it clear? Those who said it is D, Hemlata, Yashwant sir, Jerin, Umaraj, Prayaga, Sanjay sir. There was confusion between C and D. Okay, no problem. Yes, that would be there. So when you practice more, you will get more and more understanding about how to attempt these questions. That will be there. Okay, next question. Okay. Which is the right option? Please respond in the chat box. Okay. Great. Very easy. It is option A, Kaizen. Okay. Thanks all. So we'll continue with the next topic now. Very interesting. Resource management. So in resource management, we will discuss different possible tools and techniques that can be applied for managing the human resources and physical resources, and what all motivational theories can be considered to keep your team members motivated, what all organizational methods can be considered to motivate the resources, and even the resource efficiency methods and resource management techniques can be applied. So we'll discuss resource management techniques. So there are two categories of resources which we have been discussing. The first category is physical resources, that is equipment, material, setup, facilities, the physical space, and the team resources, which are human resources. So as a project manager, we need to identify the physical resources requirements and human resources requirements in the project. And we need to identify what all possible organizational methods can be used for acquiring the resources, managing the resources, motivating the human resources, empowering the team, and continuously delivering value to the stakeholders. So there are different possible diversity factors that we are going to consider with respect to human resources. We will also be considering different possible maybe skills that are needed or the requirements that we have in the project with respect to sharing the project information. We will also try to identify what is recommended in the organization. We will also try to identify what is recommended in the organization. And we need to apply some emotional intelligence as well. So what is emotional intelligence? Yes, any example? Emotional intelligence. Fine. So in emotional intelligence, we consider these all different components. So basically, the first element that is considered is self-awareness. A project manager or a leader should have self-awareness about his own emotions, how he is reacting to the situation, how he is behaving with the people, and how he is responding. So basically, sometimes people might be very short-tempered and they don't know that they are short-tempered. They think that I'm doing good. My behavior is normal because they are lacking self-awareness. So self-awareness is the first element. Second is self-management or self-regulation. Whether you are able to manage your own emotions or whether you are able to control. For example, some people, they get to cry very easily in open in front of anybody. They might be lacking self-control or they lack control over their emotions. So self-control is the second element. Third is you should be able to motivate others. So basically, this is also covered in the last component. But PMI says that motivation should be considered separately. So we have taken this diagram from PMI. And next is social awareness. Social awareness as in empathetic skills. You should be able to put yourself in the shoes of others and try to understand what they might be going with. Empathy. And relationship management. How good you are at building the relationship, maintaining the relationship, influencing the people, negotiating with the people, convincing the people. So, Primarily, what is considered in emotional intelligence is self-awareness, self-control, social awareness, and maybe social skills or relationship management. It is not social management, it is social skills or relationship management. So these are the elements. You may remember emotional intelligence as awareness about your own emotions, control on your emotions, awareness about others, or social awareness or empathy, and relationship management with others. That is inbound skills and outbound skills. Is it good? Right, Anup. Yes, that is one of the elements in emotional intelligence. Are you all able to follow this? Great. We already discussed on day 1 or day 2 self-organizing teams. If you are doing your project in agile manner, you might form a self-organizing team. You will expect that the team will self-manage the project work. They should not be waiting for the leader to come and assign the work to them, which is a traditional approach. So this self-organizing team also needs to be cross-functional, or you might also need generalizing specialists. And if you are managing a virtual team or a distributed team wherein your team members are present at different physical locations and you need to manage a team of 20 people spread across 5 different locations. So the most challenging thing would be keeping those people together. Psychologically, they are not at same place physically, but they should be on same page with respect to how much of the project work is done, when are we planning the releases, and what is the problem that is going on, what is the major defect that is going on. So all the team members are working towards a shared goal or a common goal. It is very much important that you have to make them frequently connect with each other by using these all technologies that are available today. Audio conferencing tool, video conferencing tools, emails, and different organizational portals, maybe. And you might also use fishbowl window. What is fishbowl window? Fishbowl window means, suppose if we have 2 people at each of the location and two members at your location, they might want to connect with 2 people from Delhi location, 3 people who are present in Bangalore, one person who is present in Pune, and the other locations. So what you will do is you will have a screen, maybe a video conferencing call, which will be open in the morning when they start their shift. And on the screen, this person is able to see all the other team members who are present at other locations. And if there is some problem, he will directly speak to team member 4 who is present at Pune location as if that person is sitting adjacent to him. So you are creating some virtual world for them. So this is fishbowl window. One person from your location or one person physically present in some location will try to speak to other people who are present on screen, and that call will be open day long. And this will be the infrastructure for rest of the team members also at their places. Yes, that could be the case. So basically, you need to implement this practice maybe within your organization environment. It might be risky, maybe if you are doing it from home or if your team is virtually connected from home. But this is one of the suggested tool. Even at home, it should not be a problem. But yes, if there are some organizational policies, then you might try to follow those policies and accordingly try to follow these practices. In PMI, they are suggesting these all practices for effective communication to bring that cohesiveness in your team. Is it good, Anup sir? Shall we proceed?
Yeah, yeah. No, I was just joking because
Yeah, I
our
understood.
managers are called as CCTV. We always keep an eye on
Right,
them.
right. Correct.
So,
Yeah, thank you. So, from resource management perspective, you might consider the diversity. Diversity in terms of their physical locations, diversity in terms of their backgrounds, their culture that they come from, diversity in terms of time zones, diversity in terms of their experience levels and attitudes. And you might also consider organizational methods and tools and techniques for managing the resources. So basically, right at the time of tailoring the project, you will try to decide some specific tools and techniques and methods to manage the resources in the project. If you are doing project in agile manner, then you will expect that the team should behave in maybe self-organizing manner, and they might be working in a complex project. There might be some requirements which might be frequently changing, and the team might be working on making frequent releases irrespective of complexity in the project and the requirements. So the first process in resource management is plan resource management. So basically, from resource management perspective, we will try to create a document called resource management plan, and it will tell you how you are going to manage the resources in the project, how you are going to estimate the resources, how you will acquire the resources, how you will manage the team resources and the physical resources, and how you will monitor and control the resources throughout the project life cycle. So, resource management plan is another component in your project management plan. So basically, you might think of some industry methods which can be used for resource management or resource efficiency, for waste removal. And you might also think of like what all different possible roles and responsibilities are needed in the project. And accordingly, you will try to describe the position that is vacant in your project, and you might go and speak to the human resource team or resource management team about the resource requirements. Other than human resource requirements, you will also try to document the physical resources requirements in your project. And to identify exactly how many resources and which all resources are needed in the project, we will try to consider some project documents which are known as hierarchical charts. One of the hierarchical chart that we already discussed is work breakdown structure, which we discussed in scope management session. Second hierarchical chart is organizational breakdown structure, which means your organization structure. I'll show you the examples. And third is resource breakdown structure, which will depict exactly which all resources and which all grades of resources are needed in the project. So this is an example of work breakdown structure, the hierarchical tree-like structure. This is an example of organization structure in which you have the top official of your organization, then the senior management, then the different other executives, then senior associates, then associates. So do you need associate level resources or do you need the managerial level people in your project? So you might also try to use this chart to identify the resource requirements in your project. You might also use resource breakdown structure. This resource breakdown structure will depict both the human resource requirements and physical resource requirements in your project, like how many team members are needed, how many managerial level people are needed, how many equipments are needed, and what grade of equipments might be needed, and material needed, and what all different possible material that is needed in the project. So this is known as a resource breakdown structure. Is it good? Is it clear? Any confusion between these hierarchical charts? All good? Thank you. So now that you have identified the resource requirements, now the next task is to assign the responsibility to the team members and monitor whether they are fulfilling all the responsibilities as assigned, or is there any gap in terms of communication as to like who is going to perform which activity in the project. So there is a tool called responsibility assignment matrix, which will help you to clearly define the roles and responsibilities among the team members against the project work that is planned in the project. And one of the examples of RAM is RASI matrix. RASI stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. Are you using RASI matrix in your project? Please write down yes in the chat box if you are using it. Thank you. Thanks all. So I'm going to show you one of the example RASI matrix. This is how a RASI matrix looks. This is the work that is planned to be completed in your project. These are the activities. These are the resources who are present. So what you will do is you will define, like for this particular activity, who is responsible, who is accountable, and who needs to be informed about this activity when it is done or complete. So you have clearly defined the roles and responsibilities against this activity. Similarly, you will define for this activity who is responsible, who is accountable, and who needs to be consulted when this activity is taken care, and who needs to be informed when it is done or when it so as to update the status of the task. So, if you are not using such tool, suppose you have 800 activities to be performed and there are 10 people in the project. It might not be clear to the team who is responsible for activity number 10, who is responsible for activity number 50, who is taking care of activity number 80. Team member 5 might say that I was assuming that team member 3 is taking care of activity number 80. So, to avoid such communication gaps or problems with respect to work management, try to use such tools. So this is one of the best practice that is suggested. Is it clear? Those who have never seen RASI matrix, is it clear what is the importance of RASI matrix? Great. Thanks all. Now that we are creating the resource management plan, so this resource management plan will tell us how we are going to manage the resources, and this is a component of project management plan. So resource management plan is not going to tell you who all are the resources in the project. It will not consist of name of your team members or the names of the physical equipments that you are using. It will only tell you how, and it will consist of the details such as methods for identifying the resources, guidelines for acquiring the resources, the different possible roles and responsibilities and skill sets and competencies needed in the project, the different organizational tools names which you are going to use for maybe acquiring the resources, the different organizational resource management methods which are used for managing the resources, the method that you are going to use for grooming your team members, maybe upskilling. If you want to make your team members more competent, you might try to use training as a method. Training is the name of the method that is used for maybe helping your team members to upskill. And there might also be some methods that are used for developing the team, methods for monitoring and controlling the team, and methods for motivating the team members. For example, recognition plan. Rewards or recognition is a method that is used to motivate your team members. So these names will be present in your resource management plan. In resource management plan, you will have names of the methods, tools and techniques and procedures that are used for getting the resources, maybe managing the resources, monitoring and controlling the resources. Now tell me, are you able to make out what is project management plan by now? On day 2, I introduced project management plan. And I said that in project management plan, you have scope management plan, schedule plan, cost plan, you have requirements plan, quality plan. Now we are discussing resource management plan. And there are more plans that we will discuss, and all these planning documents are consolidated together to make project management plan. So in your project management plan, maybe resource management plan is a 10-page document which is embedded within the project management plan. Maybe scope management plan was 20-page document. So this way you created a PMP or a project management plan of 300 pages document. Yes, Akshay, but also remember that project management plan is different from project documents. Now let me take you to that slide which we discussed on maybe day 1 or day 2. We discussed on day 2 that in your project maybe in the initiation, after initiation in the planning phase, you will create a project management plan. And we discussed scope management plan and requirements management plan in scope session. And we also discussed scope statement. We discussed requirements traceability matrix. We discussed requirements documentation. We discussed even WBS dictionary in scope management session. Similarly, in project management plan, you have schedule management plan, which we discussed in schedule management session. And we also discussed that there will be a milestone list that we create. We also try to create the project schedule, and even we created the network diagrams and documents. Cost management plan is a component in project management plan which will tell you how you are going to manage the cost. But exact cost estimates of your project will be present in the cost estimates document, not in the plan. We also discussed quality management plan will tell you the approach or how you are going to manage the quality. And now we are discussing resource management plan, which will tell you how you are going to manage the resources. So project management plan is a project approach document. It will tell you the approach for managing the scope, schedule, cost, and so on and so forth. In resource management session, we will also discuss, right now I'm talking about resource management plan. We will discuss the resource calendars. We will discuss the team charter. And in the next session, we will discuss stakeholder register. We will discuss the resource calendars. So basically, we create so many documents in the project. Understand the fact that we first define the approach to manage that element, and then we try to create different documents in which we capture the current performance data of the project. So resource management plan will tell you the approach. Is it better now? Is it better than day 1 and day 2 today? Are you able to make out the difference between project management plan and these all components within it? And there are 33 project documents which we create. Great. Thank you, Nilesh. Great. Thanks all. Now let us go back. Like in rest of the sessions, we will talk about more plan documents and we will talk about rest of the project documents as well. Okay, so let me switch back to the training deck. So resource management plan is created. Next, we will create a team charter. Team charter is another project document. And this document will consist of names of the team resources, and most importantly, it will consist of the ground rules or what all possible guidelines the team need to follow. The guidelines for maybe communication, the guidelines for decision making, guidelines for conflict management, and so on and so forth. It might also consist of team values. For example, there might be some organizational code of ethics that is already defined at the organization level. But in your project, you have 50 people to manage, and you expect that there should be some rules or operating guidelines that your team members should follow. So you will create a team charter and you will write down all the ground rules for the team members. For example, everybody should treat each other with respect and they should behave in professional manner. You might also write down that all the team members should be punctual in the team meetings. Next point might say that they should follow the shift timings that is assigned to them. So there are many points. So these are the examples of ground rules for the team. And the team charter will look like, let me share with you, like how exactly the team charter looks. The team charter will look like, yes, this one. So if you see, this is an example team charter. And even in PMI material, they have given the same template. So here you will update the project information. Here you have updated the names of the team members. And you have updated even the other stakeholders and the project manager and the responsibilities of project manager. And most importantly, the guidelines for the team members or ground rules. So one of the rules says working hours are, working shifts should be followed, and you should be on time in the project team meetings, and you should be following the escalation process if you want to escalate anything, and you should be honest with everybody. You should communicate professionally with the external stakeholders. You are not going to informally tell anything to any of the team members or the outsiders. So these are known as ground rules or operating guidelines. So are you following any such practice? Are you defining such ground rules for your project team members? And the document name is Team Charter. Yes, no, you may share. Great. Akshay, what do you call it? Do you call Team Charter in your project?
No, not a team charter, but we have just set some ground rules where,
Hmm,
for example, all stand-ups, if you're
right.
attending from remotely, you need to be on video.
Correct.
So,
Yes,
some
that
things
is
like
very
that.
much needed in today's world. You are
Yeah.
right. Yes, so as to make the meeting effective and try to get some value from the meeting, yes. Yes, great. Thanks all. Yes, this is one of the example template that is suggested, or this is just a template. For your organization, you might have your own template. So as to create your project documents and different planning documents. After the resource management is planned and the ground rules are defined, now the next task is to estimate the resource requirements. We have been discussing from day 2 the estimation methods. The same estimation methods will be applicable for even estimating the resources. You might use parametric estimation, analogous estimation. You might try to seek some expertise from the experts in the industry, or different other possible methods might be used. And After you have estimated the resources, now is the time to get the resources for your project. You need to acquire the physical resources. You need to acquire the human resources. So you will try to look around within your organization whether there are some resources available with so and so skill set. You might go and talk to resource management team. And if the resource management team says that we don't have such resources, you might go and talk to human resource team who might try to hire the resources from external sources. They might try to hire the resources on contract or on permanent basis. They might also try to procure the physical resources, and you will try to follow different possible resource management methods so as to acquire the resources, and you might also plan to manage the resources or select between the available resources. It may happen that you have one resource requirement in your project and your human resource team has shared 4 different profiles. And these are the 4 profiles shared with you. And you don't want to make the decision based on only the cost, but you want to consider multiple criteria to make the decision between these 4 profiles. So you may use multi-criteria decision analysis and try to assign some scores and try to calculate the total score and get the score and try to choose the resource with the highest score. So when you follow this method, what you did is you have considered the availability, the cost of the resource, the ability, the experience, the knowledge, the attitude, the time zone. Maybe even more criteria might be considered. So as I said, multi-criteria decision analysis is a decision-making method which can be used to decide between resources, maybe equipments or technology. And please remember these methods' names. Sometimes these terms might appear in the answer options. So you should be able to recollect what is multi-criteria decision analysis. And you will also try to consider the physical location of your team members, and accordingly you will consider the different communication technologies. Sometimes the resources might be pre-assigned in your project. Pre-assigned as in your previous project they worked with you and you completed that project, and now you are about to start with another project and you need the same skill sets in your next project. Maybe those resources might be acquired for your next project as well. Pre-assigned. You don't have to spend time in identifying and acquiring and hiring and different other possible resource management activities. Some of your team members might be dedicatedly working as part of your project full time. Some team members might be shared based on the structure of your organization. If you are working as part of matrix organization structure, the resources might be shared. Sometimes you might be getting the resources on contract basis and your team might be virtual. And pre-assignment is possible if you already have worked with those resources, and you may speak to sponsor to get those resources for your next project as well. And we already know what all possible challenges we might be facing with virtual teams. And now the next process is developing the team. Now tell me, suppose you formed a team of 20 people. They are new to each other. Can we expect that team to behave as a high functioning team right from day one in the project? No, right? May not be. So it is suggested that try to invest or try to understand what is needed in the team, try to develop a team. And from team development perspective, you need to improve the interaction between the team members. You need to ensure there are no differences between the team members so as to improve the performance in the project. And you might apply different possible interpersonal and team skills. You might apply your emotional intelligence so as to motivate the resources and to form a high performing team. So when the team will be a high performing team, these are the characteristics which indicate that that team is a very high performing team. There are no differences between the team members. They have effective communication. They are doing different team building activities frequently. They trust each other. They have trusting environment. There are no conflicts, and even if there are conflicts, they are resolved in constructive manner. There is frequent collaboration that is happening. So these are the characteristics of a high functioning team. But right from day one, we cannot expect these all things right from day one, isn't it? So there are couple of team development models that are suggested. So one of the sorry. So one of the team development model is Tuckman's ladder. As per this model, as per this model, a newly formed team will go through these all stages to reach to the desired stage, and they will perform in the team, and after the project work is over and the product is delivered, they will be released from the team. So let us understand all these stages. So the first stage in this team development model is forming. Self-explanatory. They have just formed a team. They are introducing each other. They are getting to know each other. They might have formed as virtual teams as well. So there might be 2 people in UK region, 3 people in UAE region, and 5 people in India region in 4 different cities. They need to work as a team. So they might remain in forming stage maybe for few weeks. They might remain in forming stage for few weeks. Some teams might cross forming stage within a week's time. So forming means the characteristics are the team members are trying to know each other. They are trying to understand their role in the project. They are trying to understand the other team members' roles. They are also trying to know their backgrounds. They are also trying to understand the project objectives. So this is the very first stage of team development. So after the team is formed and they know each other and they started working in the project, they will reach to a stage called storming stage. Storming is also self-explanatory. Storming means the team members are working together and they are developing conflicts and differences because they don't trust each other. They don't accept each other's viewpoint. They don't care about each other. So this is the scenario. If your team is in storming stage, as a project manager, what will you do? Yes. If the team is in storming stage, what will you do as a project manager? Do nothing?
Yeah, we have to understand all
Okay.
during the storming. We can understand all teams what they want to discuss or their ideas, and based on that, uh, the community that we can have to explain the teams whether the ideas which we are storming it among these, and maybe out of this we can say that the two is properly with to consolidate as all your storming which your ideas you are storming. Upon that we should get these two ideas which can be everyone can be think to have a proper ideas for that.
Correct.
Yeah, his role was to understand all team members'
Hmm.
ideas,
Hmm.
and based on that, he has to explain that during for these projects, which is the relevant, and also internally they can storm it, which project manager is saying is it is proper or not proper. That's
Great. Right. So, correct. So basically, yes, that could be one of the initiatives. And most commonly, we try to arrange some team building activities. Some team building activities for the team members to bring them together, to build that cohesiveness among the team members, and to create that kind of trusting environment and to make them support each other. And they might reach to the next stage called norming. Norming means they have started supporting each other. They have started trusting each other. This is the starting point. They have started accepting each other's viewpoints. So, after working in this manner for a few weeks or days, the team will reach to a stage called performing stage, in which they have fully built the trusting environment. The team members trust each other, they support each other, they accept each other's viewpoints. Even if there is any conflict, they will try to resolve it constructively, and they carry team mindset. There are no individual goals, there are team goals. So, this is a high performing or high functioning stage. Some project teams might be taking 4 weeks to reach to this stage. Some project teams might be taking 4 months to reach to this stage. And this is the desired stage. After working in this project and completing all the project work and activities and delivering the output, now the last stage will be they might celebrate success in the team, maybe team awards, individual awards, performance awards, and then they will be released from the project, which is known as adjourning. And maybe team member 1 from your project will go and join project number 50 in the organization. Team member 2 will go and join project number 72 in the organization. Team member 3 will go and join project number 89. And in their new project, they will come in contact with new people, and they will be seeing that project as a new project, and they might start from forming stage in their new project with new people. So each time you form a new team, this could be the case, so as to reach to the high performing stage. And this model is known as Tuckman's ladder. Is it clear? Are you able to follow? In PMP exam, there are questions expected even from this topic. They might give you some scenario, and they might ask in which stage of the Tuckman's ladder or team development model the team is in. In the answer options, they might give you forming, storming, norming, performing. And the situation says that the team members have huge amount of differences among them. They are not supporting each other. They are not trusting each other. If this is the case, then the right option would be storming. If the question says the team members have established a highly trusting atmosphere within the organization, within their team, and they are able to support each other and they are working as a high functioning team, most probably they might be in performing stage. So looking at the given scenario, you should be able to figure out whether they are in forming stage, storming, norming, or performing, or adjourning. Is it clear? Are you able to follow? Similar to this model, there is one more model that is given in PMBOK guide. And the name of the model is Drexler-Sibet model. Now, Tuckman's ladder says there are 5 stages of team development, and this model says there are 7 stages. First 4 stages are used for creating a team, and next set of stages will be for sustainability and performance. So these are the individual steps that might be considered with respect to team development. So in Drexler-Sibet model, again, they might be giving you like some They might give you this name as an answer option in the given question. You should at least remember the name of the team development models. I'm going to introduce some motivational theories in the next slides. And it might be overwhelming at this point of time. But once you read the material at least once, you should get familiar with those all motivational theories and these all models that we are discussing. Yes, Yashwant, you want to say something? You have unmuted. Okay, I'm muting Yashwant. Yashwant, if you want to ask anything, please ask in chat box or raise your hand. Okay. So from team development perspective, you may consider co-locating the team. Co-location means all the team members at the same physical location. But if all team members are not available at the same location, you might form a virtual team and try to have appropriate communication technology for the team communications. You might also perform different team building activities and different maybe conflict management methods might be applied. We will be discussing conflict management methods in some time. You might also apply a method called trainings so as to help your team to become more proficient or develop more skills that are needed in the project. And regularly you will perform individual and teams assessment. So whether the team member is performing well, whether there is any problem, you might also be using some methods called, maybe you might be using the appraisals, you might be doing yearly appraisals, and even you might apply some interpersonal and team skills when you are maybe dealing with team members or the stakeholders. These are some of the example bullet points. This doesn't mean this will include only these points. You might have 10 more points in interpersonal and team skills. So from team building perspective, you might try to perform some, maybe arrange some gaming activities, team outings, team lunch, maybe some behavioral trainings for your team members. And from motivational, maybe assessment perspective, you will try to consider whether the team members are motivated enough to work as part of your project, or is there anything that might be demotivating the team member. So there are some motivational theories that I'm going to run through. Before this, do you need a break for 10 minutes? Because I'm going to share with you McGregor's theory of X and Y, then Maslow's theory, then McClelland's theory, then Husbach's theory, Daniel Pink theory. Then I will talk about some mentoring models. So shall we take a short break now? Okay, we'll take a short break for 10 minutes. And we'll continue with these all theories and models which are important from exam point of view and even from motivation perspective. Yes, okay, 10 is already written. Thanks. We'll resume in 10 minutes. Thank you. Hello? Are you all back? Thanks all. So today we will cover only these motivational theories and these couple of mentoring models in resource management, and we will wind up with resource management only. The rest of the topics we will discuss tomorrow. Yeah, so I can understand the amount of information that I'm bombarding on a single day, and it might be very much overwhelming since you might be seeing this all content for the first time. Maybe the terminologies are new, the different new terms which are specific to PMP or PMI. So we'll cover only resource management. Maybe in next 20 to 30 minutes, we should be able to finish. So the first motivational theory is McGregor's theory of X and Y. Primarily, this theory had only X and Y. Later on, theory Z was added by some other leaders. So first, let us understand what is theory X and Y. As per this theory, manager believes that there are two categories or two types of people in the project. The first category is theory X and second is theory Y. Theory X people are those who avoid work, who dislike work, who will escape from the responsibility, and they might be insecure. If you assign some work to theory X person, you need to maybe micromanage or push that person to get the work done. You might have to handhold to get the work done. So these are the characteristics of theory X. The next theory is theory Y. Theory Y is exactly opposite. It is believed that people accept responsibility, they take the ownership of the work that they are doing, and they also seek additional responsibility in the project. They are motivated enough, they carry some sense of maturity and responsibility. They don't need any micromanagement. If you are assigning work to theory Y people, you might try to maybe assign the work and you don't even have to look back whether that person will come back with the result or not. So theory Y. So do you have only theory Y people in your project, or do you have mix of theory X and theory Y? Please respond in the chat box. You have both. Correct. Sometimes it may happen that people might behave like theory X for some concern. And as a manager, you need to address that concern so that he will start behaving like theory Y. And sometimes the team members might be freshers in the industry, lacking sense of maturity and responsibility, and they might behave like theory X. Maybe after spending few years in the industry, they might start behaving like theory Y. But as a project manager, you should try to enable them to become theory Y by mentoring. Now the next theory is theory Z. This is quite different from theory X and Y. Here it is believed that the employees are motivated considering that the organization thinks about them and also about their family. For example, organization is giving them a good compensation, so that might be motivating the person, and they are also giving additional benefits like insurance and different other allowances, so which might be motivating the person. So this is theory Z, third theory in McGregor's theory. Okay, that's true. Okay, is it clear? Any questions, any doubts, anybody? Okay. Next theory, Maslow's theory of motivation. As per this theory, human beings, they have different levels of needs. And based on to what extent these needs are met, we will be motivated to that extent. So, in this pyramid of needs, the lowest level needs are physiological needs: air, water, food, clothing, shelter, etc. Once these needs are met, the person will look for safety needs. They want to live in safe place, they want to work in safe place. After these needs are met, they will look for social needs, relationship needs, love, belongingness, affection, society, family, friends. And after social needs are met, the person will look for esteem needs, that is recognition in the maybe community, in the industry, maybe in the maybe their society. After these needs are also met, the person will reach to a stage called self-actualization, where the person is highly self-fulfilled, highly satisfied, is able to grow professionally, personally, and he is able to learn and even motivate others. So this is the highest level of motivation. And this is a generic theory, Maslow's motivational theory. Now, how do we apply this theory for our project? There might be some team members in your project. They might be working only for lower needs, only money. They might not be looking for esteem needs or even relationship building at the workplace. So these are lower needs, these are the higher needs. Some people might be looking for higher needs. For example, there might be some team member in your project who might not be included in all the different casual or formal communication that happens among different other 5 people. So he might be demotivated because he is not having good relation in the team, in the project. That means the relationship needs are not met. And this is demotivating the person, and that person might be demotivated to work in your project. The inclusion is not there. Sometimes the person might be demotivated because his work is not recognized. Recognition. So when all these needs are met, that person will reach to a highest level of motivation called self-actualization. Is it good? Are you able to follow this theory? This is simple human resource theory. Great. And there are questions expected from these theories also. For example, if the question says the person is going with a hard relationship and he is highly demotivated to work as part of that project, so which level of needs are not met? In the answer options, they might give social needs, physiological needs, and they might also say theory X and theory Y. So you should be able to even clearly distinguish between these all theories. These kind of questions might also be there in PMP exam. Because it is expected that you will try to consider these theories and different factors that are suggested when you need to motivate your resources. Okay. The next theory is McClelland's theory of needs, which is also known as acquired needs theory. Now, this theory is designed by a different leader in the industry. And he believes that there are 3 driving factors that we need to consider from motivation perspective. The first factor that you need to consider is achievement, which means there might be some people in the team who might be demotivated because he is working on the same monotonous task since last 4 years. And he wants to work on some new, maybe innovative work. He wants to explore new technology. He wants to develop his skills. So, and he also wants to get some challenging work as well. So that defines like this person will be motivated when you will be giving him challenging work instead of giving some monotonous task. So this is achievement factor. The second theory talks about affiliation. Affiliation as in there might be some people in the industry who might be working in the industry for the past 20 years, and they might have never worked as part of a team. They might have already always worked as individual contributors. There are people, I have seen such people in the industry. But there might be some people who might be working as an individual contributor, but he wants to work as part of a team. He wants to collaborate, coordinate, connect. So affiliation might be motivating that person. The next motivating factor is power, as in there might be a person in the team who might be working in the project since last 5 years on the same position, and he wants to be elevated to a leadership position to direct others. He needs some decision making power in the team, and that might motivate him. So these are the three driving factors that you will consider so as to motivate your team members. And this is what is suggested in McClelland's theory. I hope you are able to follow. Great. Thanks all. The next motivational theory is Husberg's theory. Now, Husberg is another leader who developed another motivational theory. As per this theory, when you want to motivate your team members, you need to consider two set of factors. First is hygiene factors, and second is motivating agents. Now, when I say hygiene factors, they are related to organizational environment and organizational factors. Maybe the compensation. Compensation is dependent on organizational factor. It is not just the individual. And even the working conditions, the allowance policies and different other possible policies which are defined at the organization level. So these are the factors that you might consider. For example, one of the team member is demotivated because of the working condition. For example, maybe the organization infrastructure is not designed as per the human ergonomics, and it might be causing neck pain to the employees, the back pain, and that might be demotivating the employees. So the person is demotivated because of the organizational working conditions. So this way, so these are just the examples. Do not limit your understanding or thinking only to these bullet points. Consider that hygiene factors are your organizational factors, and the next set of factors are motivating agents which are internal to the person. For example, whether I am satisfied with the work that I am doing, whether I am feeling motivated to work as part of this project, whether I am able to grow in this project, whether my work is really recognized. So these are the different example factors you will consider under motivating agents. So these are the two set of factors to be considered to satisfy the team members and to keep them motivated. Is it clear? Great. The next theory is similar to Husberg's theory, but the name is different. And the name of the theory is Daniel Pink's theory. And he also defined the same theory, but he used some different headings. He called it extrinsic factors and intrinsic factors. In Husberg theory, we call it, what do we call it? Hygiene factors and motivating agents. And the factors will be same. You will consider the organizational factors. Even in Daniel Pink's theory, you will consider the organizational factors. And so as to motivate from maybe from the person's satisfaction perspective, you might consider whether they are able to grow in the project, whether they are getting some maybe responsibility and maybe ownership, and whether they are able to really add value for himself. Not only that, you may consider more bullet points. Understand that when I show you any of this slide, that will just give you some pointers about like this could be the factors. Even in PMBOK Guide 7th edition or any of the edition you might have used in the past, they will indicate that it is not just limited to the below points. So try to apply your analytical thinking. Great. Thanks all. Now the next set of methods that we apply, as we already discussed, you may apply trainings as a method to groom your resources. You might also perform appraisals, and you might also use organizational recognition and reward method to motivate the resources and to keep them motivated. Now I'm starting with mentoring models. There are only 3 mentoring models. And then we will be left with some conflict management methods. After that, we will wind up. So the first mentoring model is Oscar. It is not literally the Oscar award. Oscar stands for outcome, situation, choices, actions, and reviews. So, suppose in your project, if you are the leader and your team member is lacking some skills and there is some expectation in the project, so you will try to talk to that team member what is the outcome expected in the project, what is needed in the project. And after you have explained at a high level, the next step is situation. In situation, you will go and discuss in detail, conversate with that person what exact skills he needs to develop. For example, the outcome is that person should be working as part of self-organizing team. And in the situation, as a leader, you will tell him that you need to develop agile skills, scrum skills, and you also need to develop these technology skills because you will be working on your own by coordinating with other team members. Next is choices. There might be multiple options for developing the skills. Maybe there might be some formal classroom training that is happening in the organization, or he might go and attend the training. Second, he might enroll himself in some e-learning course. Third, he might get some cross training from other team members. So out of these 3 choices, you will choose, or you will try to analyze and choose the best one and help the team member choose the best one, and that team member will take the action. Suppose if you tell him that go and attend the formal classroom training, that would be more effective. Maybe the live online or live instructor led training might be more effective instead of going and attending some recorded sessions. So you might have suggested, and he will take action. He will try to build those skills and he will come back. He will perform in your project. As a project manager, you should review whether the performance of the individual has improved and whether he is able to meet that mark that is defined in the project, whether he is able to contribute as a self-organizing team member, or is there anything that he is lacking. So this is a mentoring model to groom your team members, Oscar model. Is it good? The next model is Shuhari. In this Shuhari model is like this name comes from martial arts training. It means there are 3 steps to build a skill. First step is Shu, second is Ha, and third is Ri. Shu means you will go and attend the training and try to understand the skill, develop the skill. Ha means you will come back and apply those skills in your project and you will try to master yourself to implement that skill. Re means you have reached to a stage that you are able to mentor others or you are able to teach others the same skill. So this is Re. You might be conducting a training. You might be a trainer teaching the same skills that you were learning few years back. So this is shuhari. Is it good? Great. Thanks all. Now the next model is Dreyfus model of skill mastery. So I'll show you a diagram to understand this model. So as per this model, suppose if you want to learn a new skill. So initially you might be new to that skill. You don't know anything about that skill. You will try to learn. You might try to get the knowledge from other team members, or you might try to go and attend some training or so, and you might become advanced beginner. And after practicing that skill for maybe few weeks or some period, you might reach to competent level. Then you might become proficient. Then after practicing that skill for several years, you might become expert. So this is Dreyfus model of skill mastery. Are you able to follow this method? Good. Great. So now I'm going to explain managing the team. So managing team as you might be already doing, but still. So it is always a good practice to provide timely feedback to the team members to help the team members to improve their performance and try to resolve the issues and conflicts. Try to also help the team members to resolve their conflicts in constructive manner, and also try to understand what all possible problems that are going on in your project in between the resources and what can be improved and how can we improve that. Maybe regularly you will try to arrange some team building activities, team bond to increase the bonding between the team members. And you might also try to record the issues as part of issue log. So issue log is a document in the project. It might have the resource issues, communication issues, the vendor issues, the material issues. So there is a document called issue log. And as a project manager, you might think of different possible methods to be applied to keep your team members groomed and upskilled. Now we will discuss what is the difference between training, coaching, and mentoring. What we are doing right now is the best example of training. Training means this endeavor is going to last for few days or weeks. Within that time period, the trainer will try to teach you some new skills. The trainer will try to introduce some new concepts. And if you have some doubts, if you are not able to relate them with your project work, the trainer will try to teach you or try to clarify your doubts. And the trainer will also tell you what are the industry emerging practices, best practices, which you may think of adopting in your project. So this is training. Now the next method is coaching. Coaching is quite long term as compared to training. It might last for a few weeks or months. And in coaching, as a coach, I might stay with your team for a few months or weeks, and I will help you and your team to implement these skills and practices in your project. Maybe I will help you to implement Agile and Scrum in your project by guiding you and your team for next few weeks. So coach is going to help you implement the practices in the project. Coach is not responsible for winning the game, the way we have cricket coach. So coach is not responsible for winning the game, but coach will help with the ideas, how to implement new practices and how can they achieve success. Next is mentoring. Mentoring is very long term. And mentoring can happen only if you have spent considerable amount of time in the industry. If you have been working in the industry for the past 15 years, you have developed immense knowledge in the areas of maybe technology, maybe the business, maybe the management, the different analytical skills, and now you are mentoring a team, and you might try to guide them like what they should be doing and what they should not be doing by sharing about your experience in your previous projects or in the past work. So this is known as mentoring. You will share from your experience, like what you did and how did you see the success, and you will try to mentor your team members or followers. So you might share from your experience. Is it good? Are you able to follow these three terminologies? Thanks all. So these blue highlighted slides are taken from examination content outline, as I have already shared on day one, the PDF. So try to keep that PDF handy to understand the PMP syllabus. And these slides will tell you, like under this task, which all possible topics you need to study. So this will help you. So that is the reason I'm sharing this material still in the LMS. This is already shared in LMS. So once you start accessing the Certify Era LMS, you will get access to this document. So as I said, issue log is also known as issue register or action items log, which will consist of different possible issues that might be occurring in the project and which you need to track till closure. And the document might be in the form of Excel sheet, it could be in the form of organizational system. It completely depends on your organization, which template your organization is recommending. Now, this is the last topic, after which we will just discuss how do we monitor and control the team, and we will close. So there are some conflict management techniques, and before I start with conflict management techniques, tell me, what is conflict? What is conflict? Yes, Raj Kiran, please.
Yeah, like issues may happen in between the resources for regarding a project on a technical side or like behavioral side that may come into the conflict on the and how the project managers would manage this one.
Okay, right. So basically, conflict might be disagreement, right, Akshay? Thank you. So it could be some difference of opinion between the different team members, different other stakeholders, maybe. So there are some conflict management methods suggested to resolve those conflicts between the stakeholders. So we'll discuss all these conflict management methods in detail. If two people are approaching you with a conflict, and if you tell them that right now I'm busy, I cannot deal with this problem right now, so let us discuss this tomorrow. So what you did is you applied avoid or withdraw technique. Because you tried to avoid the situation, you tried to postpone the decision. And this is not going to satisfy either of the individuals who are in conflict. So this is first conflict management method, withdraw or avoid. I hope you are able to follow. You please stop me if you are not able to follow. The second conflict management method is smooth or accommodate, which means if there are two stakeholders in conflict, and if you are very much concerned about saving the relationship with both the stakeholders, you might apply this method. And maybe there is a conflict between the sponsor and your team member. Sponsor is of higher authority and team member is of lower authority. And so as to maintain the relationship, what you will do is you will try to discuss only the areas of agreement, and you will not address the areas of disagreement, and ask both the stakeholders to, or help them to reach to a maybe consensus and try to settle the problem. But this might not resolve the problem permanently. Maybe temporarily it will provide some solution. Even this might be temporary. Now, the third conflict management technique is compromise or reconcile. For example, if your vendor is supposed to deliver the material maybe every 20 days, and what is happening in your project is he is always delaying. And when you talk to that vendor, there is always a delay from your side because of which my project work is affected. He will tell you that I'm ready to reduce the cost. So you are trying to compromise on the schedule and he is compromising on the cost. So this conflict resolution technique is known as compromise or reconcile. Both the parties are compromising at some point. Now the fourth conflict management technique is force or direct. Force means if two people are approaching you with conflict, you will talk in favor of one person and you will not support the other person, and you will tell this person to follow what he is saying. And this person might be happy and this person might be dissatisfied. So this will give rise to win-lose situation. Now, tell me, do we ever apply this method, force or direct? Yes, no, we do, right? No. Okay. Yeah, Raj Kiran says we never apply this. Fine. I'll introduce few more methods now, then we will discuss. The next method is collaborate. Collaborate conflict management method will involve bringing both the people and trying to have an open dialogue with both people together and trying to discuss the areas of agreement and areas of disagreement and spending good amount of time with both the people to reach to a consensus. And both the both the maybe stakeholders might be satisfied. It will give rise to win-win situation. Next is confronting or problem solving, which is quite similar to collaborate, in which we will try to resolve the conflict as if it is a problem. We will try to follow a step-by-step approach and try to reach both the parties to reach to a consensus. So now tell me, which of the following techniques are like the best techniques to be applied? Withdraw, smooth, compromise, force, collaborate, or confront? Collaborate is ideal one. Maybe even problem solving is good. But don't you think in your project scenario, sometimes you have to apply this method? For example, you are working on one of the highly prioritized and highly risky task. And at that point of time, two people approached you. You might apply withdraw technique. And force technique. Suppose there is some implementation that has to happen tomorrow and two team members are in conflict and you have the expertise in technology. At that point of time, you will tell team member 2, we will go ahead with this technology and please do what team member 1 is doing and let us please make this release, isn't it? Because of urgency, you might apply this technique also. So it is suggested that in your project situation, based on the given situation, try to choose the appropriate conflict management method. So you might apply withdraw, you might apply force, you may apply collaborate if you have enough time, but you cannot apply collaborate for all the situations. Correct. Right, Akshay. So these are the different possible techniques we try to apply. Right, Sanjay sir. Yeah. So, yes, any questions, any doubts before we just address a last slide? Great. So now the next emotional intelligence we already discussed. There is a theory called expectancy theory. Expectancy theory means the team member is motivating really well, expecting that he will be getting some reward. So this is known as expectancy theory. Sometimes there might be some vendor who might be in conflict with you and the conflict is not getting resolved and that is affecting your project, then you might apply even arbitration technique. Arbitration means filing a legal case in the court of law, and the court of law will make the decision for you people. So the neutral third party is the court of law. And you might also try to offer some perquisites so as to keep the team members motivated. Some fringe benefits are offered at the organization level. Now the next, okay. The last process in resource management is monitoring and controlling the resources. So you need to monitor both the physical resources and human resources. Try to measure the expenditure in the project. Try to also observe, is there any waste? Are they wasting the raw material? Is there any waste in the form of human resources? Is there a huge amount of bandwidth available with respect to human resources in your project? So should you consider releasing a resource from the team? And you might also try to apply different possible influential skills, interpersonal and team skills, communication skills, negotiation skills to keep your team members motivated and engaged in the team. So these are some of the best practices with respect to monitoring and controlling the resources. You may apply these all different tools and techniques which we already discussed in the previous slides. PMIS stands for Project Management Information System, which we discussed on day 1. And you may also consider different organizational systems and organizational recommended procedures so as to deal with the resources or manage the resources in the project. Now, I'm not going to overload you with more and more information. I'm just highlighting this slide. So we'll continue from this slide tomorrow. And I wanted to know whether you made some time to solve the homework problems, the last week homework problems. No? Yes? Okay, please try to make some time today and try to solve. And if you face some difficulty, you may ask tomorrow. Okay. Any questions, any doubts from the content that we that we covered today or till now? Okay. So if no doubts, no questions, I think we are good to close. We will discuss some sample questions tomorrow and we will cover the rest of the content tomorrow. And I will also run you through the PMI material because we have already covered all the content as suggested by PMI. You will be referring the PMI material on PMI platform, PMI LMS, and Certify Era material and the different quizzes, simulators, and sample questions on our platform. And if you face any difficulty, you please try to write mail to my team. We will assist you. And those who have not yet registered on PMI portal, for whom we shared the material through official ID. So I will discuss with your managers and will share with you how exactly you are going to access the material. Thank you. I think we are good to close now. Thank you very much for all the support and cooperation and engagement throughout the day today. And also considering my request of change in time for today. Tomorrow we will meet at the same time, that is 9:30 a.m., the regular time, 9:30 a.m. IST. Please try to join on time and have a great evening ahead. Happy Navratri. You may go and enjoy. Thanks all. Thanks a lot. We are closing now. Thank you, Prayaga. Thanks, Akshay. Thanks all.
Anandya, can I stay back for a second? Like, I have a question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, let us go.